It's not fair, you have it all. Down so low, again begin to play the game. Guess I'll break the rules. Guess I'll break the rules. Guess I'll break the rules. Hey, you grab that, I find you very nice. But whenever you get near me, I seem to move away, and I don't know why. Maybe 'cause I don't want to be easy. Maybe 'cause I don't want you to see me. Maybe 'cause you don't do it like I. La 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 la. Hey you, I know you wrote me a poem. I should have noticed, but I'm just someone who's afraid to play the romantic type. I did the same and now I'm singing it. It's been a while, but I guess I'm still thinking it. It's kinda sad, 'cause that's not what I. La 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 la. La 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 la.
The foregoing rules of facts, on the other hand, appear to me clearly to indicate that the sterility both of first crosses and of hybrids is simply incidental or dependent on unknown differences, chiefly in the reproductive systems of the species which are crossed.
Follow behind and I get my mistakes. Not like it started on the we made earthquakes. You went crazy, but I almost lost my mind. La 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 la. La 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 la.
La 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 la. Hell yeah. We're streaming. We are streaming. We are live. Oh shit. Here we are again. Yeah. Oh, hold on. One more? Save it for later. Okay. Yes. We are streaming. I said I was going to do this sort of regular thing. So this is I'm pulling out the weekly shit right now. We're doing weekly. For now, for 2 weeks at least. Next week, I don't know. Who knows? Anything could happen. Maybe I'll be dead next week, huh? How'd you like that? Anything could happen. But I'm going to try to do it weekly, I guess. Or semi-weekly. I don't know. I'm not committing to anything. I refuse to commit to anything regarding the stream. Oh, but we're streaming now. It's Friday. Friday at 5 is the tentative stream time. We've done it one time. This is the second time. So it's officially a regular thing. Yeah. Fudge. last week's topic was bitching. We were bitching on the stream. Bitching about all our favorite topics to bitch about. We got all kinds of things we were bitching about. Oh, man. What did we bitch about? We bitched about some Corona shit. We bitched about being demotivated. And we bitched a little bit about Patreon, a little bit about e-girls. Well, I was bitching a little bit about e-girls. What else? Oh yeah, we had Tim on. He was bitching about himself. He was a wild man, a crazy character. Ooh, yeah, I just remembered that. I'm getting flashbacks to the last stream now. It was a good time though. Today we're doing yo job. We're talking about yo job. Whatever yo job is, I want to hear about it. Call in if you got a job. Not yet. Later. First, I'm going to talk about my jobs. That's how this works. I get the mic. I'm in control, baby. I'm doing whatever the heck feels right in the moment. It's live. It's live. Anything could happen. Anything could happen. I could. My mind went to a bad place just there, but just know that I could do anything. Anything could happen. Anything. I'm not hosting the streams afterwards. I think my philosophy is gonna be, we'll do the stream and then leave it up for the weekend for the people who missed the stream. You know, I want people to, if they missed it because maybe they're working their job. I don't want them to miss out on the stream entirely, but I'm not gonna keep it on my channel. I noticed that it was the bitchin' stream was re-uploaded to someone else's channel. That's fine, whatever. I don't care, as long as it's not on my channel. That gives me plausible deniability. You see, because if I have the stream on my channel, then it's almost like I stand by what I said during the stream, which is just not true. That's just not the case. I say things as they appear in my mind. That doesn't mean I agree with them, even. I'll say anything. I don't give a shiz. I don't know why I'm trying to keep the swears down. I guess it doesn't really matter. But the point is just someone else can download it, re-upload the stream. That's fine. I don't give a damn. Good luck. Do your best. Do whatever you want. It doesn't matter to me. But it's just not going to be on my channel. Besides the weekend. Okay. If you missed the last stream, I was talking about this a lot. This new overlay, this new HUD we got. This is made by Slouch/Doig/it. Credits are in the description. Go to Slouch's channel. If you don't know Slouch, he's a very, very talented animator, very talented storyteller. He's got great videos. You should check him out. I'll plug that a few more times tonight. But yes, beautiful, beautiful HUD/overlay by Slouch. Oh, man, there are the burps. There they are. The music from tonight's stream is all going to be Michael Coffran, or perhaps Michael Kofran. I don't know. I've never spoken to the man. I've only texted. But I've never spoken to him, so I've never gotten clarification on his name pronunciation. But it's Michael Coffran. That's what I always said. Michael Coffran. The link to that's in the description as well. I'm going to be playing through most of his album called Pictures. I think that's the only full album he's released. There's a Bandcamp link in there. I think it's like a $2 album. If you enjoy the music, definitely purchase, download that album. I enjoy it a lot. We'll probably get to some other stuff, some of his older stuff, more acoustic-y works later on. But most of it's going to be from Pictures by Michael Coffran. The other thing is these images that are showing up on the computers is all from the zine. The Mighty Lighthouse is the zine that is put together by myself and Moxie Famous. Moxie Famous puts together all of the even numbered issues. And he also does all of the printing and processing and trimming, all these sorts of things. He sends them all to me. I send them all out to people. There is a current zine that is for sale. Moxie's doing the second print run of the current zine, which is Volume 3, Issue 6, which he made. It's beautiful. It's the first full color zine. The link in the description is to all the past zines, which you can download for free. You can download the PDFs. You can stream the PDFs, although the streaming is a bit slow. But you can download them for free. You can print them yourself if you want. But you can also you can purchase the most recent zine. There's a limited number available, so, if you want it. If you want the nice Moxie Framus printed, processed version, which looks very nice indeed, that's like the minutehour.com/store. I don't know, just go to the minutehour.com, click on the store, click on the Mighty Lighthouse, click on Volume 3, click on Issue 6, and you can get it. Okay. Anyway, we're streaming. So what's going on? Yeah. Weather's getting really nice. Let's start with a weather report. Weather's getting extremely nice. It's like springtime now. Practically. It's actually some crazy wind going on right now. All today we had a brief, I don't know if you can hear it, but it is raging outside, the wind. There was a brief thunderstorm, maybe like 10 minutes of just shit falling from the sky. Exciting, very exciting. There was one crack of thunder that really rattled me. It made me think that, in the olden days, thunder must have been really scary. Because it is scary. It's not scary for us because whatever, we know it's just, whatever thunder is. I could easily look it up on Wikipedia or something. Not that I know what thunder is. It has something to do with negative, positive particles, friction. I always think of it as like friction in the air or something. Okay, I don't know what thunder is. You caught me. Frig, I don't know what thunder is, but I know not to be scared of it. But in the olden days, holy hell, big crack of thunder, it would be hard not to think that you personally didn't do something really wrong. Like when that sky is just I would think probably, oh no, it's because I stole the berries off my friend's bush. That sounds like a euphemism. That's not what I meant it as. So I meant it as literally berries. But yeah, it sort of seems like God is angry at you. Anyway, if the stream cuts out randomly at some point tonight, it's probably just my power getting killed because the wind is insane. So I assume tree limbs are flying about, taking out power lines. So that would be the reason if the stream just cuts out randomly. It's not out of embarrassment. I wouldn't do that. I mean, I might be embarrassed, but I would make it known. I wouldn't just shut off the stream. I would say, "Oh God, what have I done? What have I said?" Anyway, this is the Northeast weather report. Northeastern United States. It's probably different in other places. I'm no weather expert, but I think it does vary based on region. But this is the Northeastern United States, maybe the Southeastern Canada state of the weather. I know some people in Southeastern Canada, the southern part of Ontario and Quebec, the Quebecois. I know some people in Montreal. Montreal. Beautiful city. Montreal. Beautiful city. Beautiful architecture. Beautiful people. My God. I visited Montreal a year ago, back when travel was still allowed. And wow, I felt like a goblin, a terrible heathen. Because they're all good looking there. They're weirdly good looking. I didn't like it. I didn't like it one bit. Yeah, I was just out of my league, and they're all French. Ugh. What's the deal with the French? What's the deal with the French in Canada? I'm no historian of Canada. I'm no Canadian. I don't know shit about Canadian history, but I'm pissed off for the Canadians about the whole French situation. What are those Frenchies doing up there? I went to Montreal. Everything's in French. The signs are in French. The street signs. The names of the stores are in French. That ain't right. Right? What the hell's going on up there? What the hell's going on up there? It pissed me off. I felt looked down on by the French because I don't know French. They're all bilingual up there, and I'm not. I'm unilingual, monolingual, and barely even the one language. I'm no master of it. I know, and I took French in high school. I didn't have to take it in college. I don't remember why. I went to a really kind of bullshit college, so I didn't even have to do any additional language, which thank God. But I have like first level middle school French is all I remember. Like bonne chance, bonne nuit. Je femme. Je m'appelle TMH. That's not really a French accent. I can't even do the accent. That's how little French I know. It's upsetting though. Those Frenchies. What the heck? Yeah, well, I literally know nothing about it, so I'm going to get off the subject of the French in Canada. We're talking about your job. We talking about your job today. I'm going to open up the lines in a little bit here. I'm still talking. In case you didn't notice, I'm still talking here. So let me talk about my jobs I've had. Let's see. Almost all the jobs that I've worked have been just, totally entry-level service type jobs. I have a job right now. I have a great job writing video games with a very talented crew of gamers, game makers, which I just totally lucked into, and I'm not even very good at it. It seems obvious. It seems obvious to me how not good I am at it. But, I get some positive feedback, which is just, I don't know if they're just trying to boost my self-esteem or what. But, I don't know. It's a great job, though. It's a great job. I'm not even good at it, but it's still happening. I haven't been fired. Thank God. I'm writing a video game. I can't say. I don't think I can say anything. I think I'm under an NDA. I can't remember if I signed anything or if I'm just under a sort of like a assumed NDA. But writing a video game with some talented folks for a well-known YouTuber, very well-known YouTuber. Are you jealous? Yeah. That's my fucking job. But this is the only good job I've ever had. All my other jobs have just been shitty service jobs. I worked at I've worked at a couple coffee shops. I worked at a pizza place in when I was living in Boston in the early 2010s. I worked at this pizza place called Pan Roma, which I can definitely say because they're out of business. They don't exist anymore. The last time I was in Boston, I wanted to go visit, but they're not there anymore. But that was a great job. It was fun. I enjoyed it a lot. I actually do enjoy my jobs that I've had, even though they're definitely shitty jobs. Like, I enjoy them so much for the first few months. I've never held a job down for more than a year, for more than 9 months even. But this Panorama job I had was a lot of fun. I was getting paid under the table, $8 an hour, but it was straight up cash. The government didn't know nothing about it. I love that. I was just paid cash out of the register at the end of the week. I was the only reliable white person there. There was one other white guy who worked there, but he was like a drug addict or something. He always had some issues. I always had to pick up his shifts, or like he would work for a few months and then go on some sort of crazy bender and then would come back like and beg for his job. And so I was the king. I worked the front because I could speak English, because I could relate to the drunk people who would come in, at 1 a.m. and want their pizza. I knew what they were trying to say. I could speak drunk English. I was good friends with not good friends. I mean, I was good work buddies with the people who were working there. We had some good camaraderie. The only person I didn't really get along with were the bosses. And actually, my main boss, the guy who owned the place, was the inspiration for Rody, the long-haired chef. This guy's name was also Rody. Rody. He did not have long hair. He was not a chef. He was a Turkish fella. The main inspiration was the name and his way of saying, you really got to do this right. You really need to understand. You really need to do this. He said those sorts of phrases to me. Just that way he said, really. You really got to pay attention. Now you really got to do this. He didn't like me that much. Neither did Kenan. Kenan was his partner. I don't know what their relationship was exactly besides partners, but they came over from the old country and started this Panorama restaurant. It was a terrible, terrible restaurant. The food was not good at all, especially the pizza. It was a pizza place. The pizza was not good. But the other people, the underlings that worked there, the line cooks, they liked me a lot. There was George. George was a Spanish guy. He was full of life. Full of life and energy. Very lazy. Very, very, not a great worker, but full of energy still. He brought a smile to everyone's face. Love George. George actually did a big solid for me. I was working there on Valentine's Day, and I had a girlfriend at the time, and I was like, George, it's V-Day, bro. I can't go home empty-handed. You got to help me out here. What do I do? How do I impress the lady? What do I bring her? And George was like, I got this. And he baked me a pizza with pepperonis in the shape of a heart. And I brought that home, and I was the king. God dang it. It was the best it was probably the most romantic thing I've ever done for somebody. And George did it. George did it for me. The heart pizza. He even did some sort of twirly, twisty thing with a tomato in the middle of it, which got kind of smushed when I closed the box. But that was great. Thank you, George. Thank you, George. That was good shit. There were some other people there. We all got along famously, except for the drivers, the delivery drivers. they were always like in their own little gang off in the corner. They were never out driving because it was a place that was going out of business. So they would just sit in the corner of the kitchen and talk in Turkish, I guess. Is that a language? Turkish? I think it is a language. Anyway, they were always like they seemed like they were making fun of us all the time. They're like, hey, look at these fucking guys. They're fucking working. What a bunch of dipshits. We're the cool drivers. There was one driver who really hated me. A lot of them were like young men, young aimless men. Nothing going on for them. One was like this older man called Mustafa, and he would always look at me with such disdain. And I remember he would like, people would open up the pizza oven and he would just like from off in the corner, just like, he would like spin his hands like the pizza's gotta be spun, it's gotta be spun, but saying it in Turkish. But he was gesticulating very clearly, so I knew what he was saying. Anyway, that was Pat and Roma. The other places I worked at, the coffee shops, I worked at a couple Starbuckses. Those were fine. I never, I always got along with the people at Starbucks. The only people I never got along with at Starbucks, coffee shop, corporate type jobs like that were the people who like were trying really hard to like climb the corporate ladder at Starbucks. I don't respect that. I really don't respect that at all. And those people were like the people who were always riding my ass about doing everything the right way and all that shit. Not caring about the excellent customer service that I'm giving that is, not by the book. I don't play by the rules as a coffee shop employee. All right, I got my own way of doing things. I'm a maverick barista. I don't give you the coffee you want. I give you the coffee that I feel you need. And it turns out I don't have a good sense of that actually, because I would often give people the coffee that they don't want, that they aren't happy with. But I would get off usually without too much of a problem because I had a good relationship with the other employees. I built that camaraderie. But I always build the camaraderie with the people who can acknowledge that it's a shitty job. Like I can't relate to the people who are like, no, this is a good job. This is a good job. This is putting me through college. I'm going to become manager of this store. And then you know what? I'm going to become district manager. And that's going to be my career path. I'm going to fucking rise the ranks of the coffee shop shit. I can't relate to those people because they're very into that. I worked at another coffee shop where I worked at those Starbucks in Boston. Then I moved to LA a few years later. Los Angeles, the city of angelic bullshit. Terrible city. Definitely don't recommend it. If you live in LA, I'm sorry. Whatever. You do what you gotta do. But I couldn't get a Starbucks job in LA because the standards of Starbucks in LA are very high. There are a lot of people who are trying to get jobs at Starbucks in LA. So I worked at the Coffee Bean and Tea Leaf, which is like a southwestern United States chain or California type chain. Basically the same thing. I mean, it's all the same stuff with different names. That was a pretty fun job though. I worked at a location in Brentwood, California, which I believe is famous for I believe that's where O.J. Simpson allegedly murdered his ex-wife and that other guy. That's the only reason I think people have heard of Brentwood. If you've heard of Brentwood, It's the site of that famous grisly murder. Alleged murder. I mean, someone was murdered, but we don't know who, obviously. I love OJ. OJ. OJ's got a Twitter now. If you have not seen OJ's Twitter, it's great. It's really quite good. He's an entertaining man. He does all these videos, and he's always like teasing the audience about those alleged murders. He always like lays in little things. Well, there was one. I mean, just to get to the entertaining thing. I remember he did some video at the beginning height of the pandemic, where his daughter walks in on him, and he's in his room, and he's got a mask on, and he's got all these $20 bills laid out on his bed, and he's spraying disinfectant on them. And he's just like, hey, can't be too careful. I'm just saying. He's got like multiple catchphrases. He always says, I'm just saying. He starts every video by going, hey, Twitter world, it's me, yours truly. But he always drops those little hints. Like he's like instigating. He's an instigator. He'll be like, hey, Twitter world, yours truly. Yeah, I was thinking about all these masks and all the craziness going on with the masks. And I just gotta say, come on, just wear a mask. There ain't nothing wrong with that. Man, when I was playing football, we used to have face masks, and that was to protect your face. And that's a good thing. Oh, but with the mask today, everyone gets so upset. I tell you, if I had a mask 30 years ago, maybe nobody would. Well, I said too much. All right, I'm just saying. Hey, God bless you. God bless your family. All right, good night. He's always teasing it. Anyway, yeah, the coffee bean and tea leaf. This is the last of my bullshit here. I've been rambling for a while now. The coffee bean and tea leaf was right across in Brentwood. It was right across the street from the biggest VA facility in Los Angeles. I think that stands for Veterans Affairs. Still not 100% sure on that. The biggest facility in Los Angeles, which just meant that there were untold amounts of crazy, full-on, wacky people who were coming in all the time. 100% crazy people. And obviously it's sad. They're veterans. I feel bad. I still feel bad. But they're totally crazy. And there's nothing I could do for them at the coffee shop. I just tried to be, a regular person towards them and not, get all weird or angry at crazy people, because that doesn't really solve anything. But there are always people who come in just reeking of piss, and they're just got those crazy eyes, and they can't be reasoned with. I never got like attacked or anything. A guy threw a cup at me once, an empty cup. That was traumatic. An empty cup flying in my face. I mean, I think about it still every night. What could have happened if I didn't dodge that cup? I could have got hit with that empty paper cup. Something, I would have had to been rushed to the hospital. Perhaps. No, it was just an interesting job talking to the crazy people. And there were crazy people who probably weren't veterans either, and they were just sort of in their own world. I remember trying to understand what they were saying. And my fellow employees thought I was like a saint. Just like the model human. He was like, you tried to understand what they were saying? You can't do that. That's just not going to work. That's so nice. That's so nice of you that you were even attempting. And they're right, because there's just nothing, they're crazy. They're full on crazy. But anyway. People love me in that job. Oh, lots of Latina ladies working behind the counter. Angie, Monica. Drawing a blank here. There were other ones. Miguel. There were 2 Miguels that worked there. Luis. They weren't ladies, but they were Latino. That was a great time. I was the only white guy working there. Well, I was one of the only. I was the only like hard working white guy. There were some older, sort of washed up white people working there, but they had really bad attitudes, you know. So I was like the bright, shining. Okay, but anyway. All right. That's enough talk about my jobs. I'm going to take a little break here, play a little bit more music, and then I'm going to open up the phones, and we're going to talk about your job. Your job. Whatever your job is. Call in if you got a job and you want to talk about it. Feel free to use a fake name or whatever. I don't think your employer is watching the Minute Hour and is going to find this, but whatever you want to do. Whatever makes you comfortable. Also, if you don't have a job currently and you just want to talk about a past job, that's fine. I'm not, whatever you want to do. Just talk about a job yo had. Yo job. All right, I'll be back in a few minutes here. I've been drinking crazy amounts of liquids. I got Bang, I got Brews, I got water. So I'm going to be taking even more piss breaks this time than last time. I think I did 5 last time, but I might go for 6 in less time this time. So we'll see how it goes. I got plenty of music to play, so here we go.
I swallowed the ring, people behind me in the lobby turn around and say, the funded ales dropped the mail, now I can't do my job. Pick up the phone, the dial tone is really pissing me off. The bloody tissue in the bathroom seems to call out to me. I wish you taught me how to eat right. Tough to stay in, but you know I never sleep through the night. The lucky people of the future got a beautiful make me happy. Don't make me mad. I won't be sad if that's what you decide. Do what you love. You're not my slave. I can be no one. That's what you want me to be. Do what you like. You're not my slave. I could be no one. That's what you want me to be.
Okay, the number to call in is now on the screen. I'm turning off Do Not Disturb mode. Again, the music from the stream is in the description. It's by Michael Coffrin, or perhaps Kofran. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. I'm going to be playing most of his album Pictures, which is online. Links in the description. Okay, we got a first call.
Call from
Toner Martini.
Toner!
to accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
Toner!
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, you on, bro. You made it again. You're turning into a regular.
I guess so. Yeah. Good
Dude,
to be back.
Yeah, what's up? So last time we were talking a bit about how demotivated you are, but we were talking about your creative stuff. We sort of touched on your job a little bit. Do you want to give us some more information on? Yeah, go ahead.
I can talk about a few things, and you can tell me what sounds most interesting, because I could talk about my unpaid internship that's like digital marketing analytics, and I can tell you scary Google stuff. I could tell you about working at a movie theater and how every movie theater is haunted, or I can tell you about working in a warehouse and like driving forklifts and stuff.
Damn, dude, those all sound pretty interesting. Let's see if we can get to all three. So we'll rapid fire through them. Let's start at the top then. Your digital marketing analytics. What the hell does that mean?
I know. So this is kind of something I more or less stumbled into. I took like a digital marketing course, and we were like randomly paired with local businesses. So I ended up partnered with some women's clothing store. And when we got into our like team meetings, we talked about our strengths and stuff. And I said I was better with numbers. And then ever since then, I kind of like learned all like the Google Analytics. And I learned about like Facebook, a lot of Facebook shit too. I don't even use Facebook, but I know Facebook marketing now. And that kind of led me, like, I spent like a few months like applying to internships and not getting anything back. I think I mentioned that last time. But the one that did get back with me was one because my girlfriend had an internship in there, and then also I'd done the job before essentially, so got into that.
So you're a numbers man. What numbers are you looking at when it comes to women's clothing Google/Facebook analytics?
Yeah.
You're looking at the number of women who, well, you tell me.
Yeah, I did the women's clothing store, and now I'm doing a men's clothing store, which I guess is a bit nicer, but
that's a step up.
Pretty much my job is pretty much to give like a weekly report on what's working and what's not working, and like working on optimizing their website for SEO, like search engine optimization stuff, like restructuring the website so that when Google's bots crawl the website, it likes it more and thinks it'll be more useful.
Like it'll put them higher. It'll put them higher on the Google search results or something.
Yeah, better Google real estate, you know.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you're looking at their posts, like what they're posting on their website, or what?
I'm doing that, and then the Facebook thing's a little bit different. I'm like, so we pretty much on the clothing store's website, we can track like demographic information on like, you know, age and gender and like geographic location, but we also track like the interests of the people on the website. So I can look at like who's on it right now, where they are, what kind of person they are, and what they're into. And then I use that information to create audiences for Facebook ads, and I target these people with my ads.
What do you mean by their interests? Like, where's that information coming from?
I don't know the exact specifics behind it, and I think it's kind of out of my pay grade.
What information do you actually get? That you said age and gender and
right.
location, but like that's, you know, that seems broad enough. But what else are you getting?
Yeah. Like I know when people, I don't know how Google knows this. I'm not an expert in this sort of thing. I've only been doing this for a few months, but I know, like, for instance, people that like going to concerts or like going to movies, or that they're like budget shoppers. They shop a lot of like budget places, or they just like pretty. I don't know how it categorizes it, but that's like the kind of stuff there is. Like, do they look at pet stuff a lot? You know.
So it's literally
Just
like
weird, random shit.
Google is, keeping track of everybody, trying to find out what they're doing, what they're interested in, based on like their search and shit. What websites they visit.
Absolutely.
Jesus, nice.
Yeah, no, it's no secret. You can probably set up Google Analytics for your website and look at the users on that and what they're into.
I wouldn't want
to. But
know.
I'm the person
I
running.
I wouldn't want to know at all. God, that would make me feel bad.
Yeah, it's weird, and I'm the one that's like running those ads with those people that are interested in the same stuff, and it's just kind of unnerving that it's this accessible. There's no like name attached to it, but I mean, you're still a data point.
Google and Facebook, they parse all that data for you. They kind of present it to you.
Mm-hmm. Facebook doesn't do it as much. I get the meaty stuff from Google Analytics, but I also look at like the engagement and like reach and stuff on the Facebook, and what sort of content, like a lot of links that you can they have like something called a UTM parameter in it, and they'll track your specific session. If you click a link, wherever that website is going to is most likely tracking your session, and I can like look at your pathway through the website and everything, and what pages you're on for a long time, and all that juicy stuff.
It tracks even the amount of time you spend on each page?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I got average session duration, I got bounce rate, everything.
Was bounce rate? Does that mean you bounce out of the website? You didn't like it?
Yeah, it's people that jump out of it pretty quick.
Oh, wow. Well, that's pretty interesting.
Yeah. I'm not really even into this sort of stuff. I just kind of happened into it by like a class. Mm-hmm. And now it's like shaping up to be my future career. If I like, oh God, I'm not even really into this. I don't like this,
Nice. All right, well, let's go. That's pretty interesting. I've thought that Google and everybody, all the 5 websites on the internet are tracking every single thing you do. I didn't realize it's even for the amount of time. I got to start messing with these analytics somehow. I got to start going on some crazy websites just to throw them for a loop. What did you say was your
data?
Your second thing there?
Yeah, the haunted movie theater. So,
dude, I've always wanted to work at a movie theater.
Yeah, I mean it's okay. So I this was like one of my first jobs. The warehouse job is kind of like a family business thing. So this is like pretty much the first job that I ever applied to, and this was like high school era, right? A little bit of college too, but so when I started off, I was getting minimum wage, which was $7.25. All right.
Nice. Hell yeah.
Yeah. Yes, sir. And so it altogether wasn't all that bad of a job. What's that?
I said that's taxed as well. When I was making $8 an hour, it was under the table. So that was like I was making $10 or $11 an hour.
No, that's definitely preferable. But
oh yeah.
Like, I guess I was still a high schooler, so I didn't have to worry too much about the money aspect. I was just kind of doing the work, and it was all right. Like, but it'd get really bad when like there'd be a rush, or when like I worked through like Star Wars and like the Marvel heyday, like Infinity War and everything. Mm-hmm. And those days were absolute hell. You'd be at the register and you'd just be going through people like endless lines, and.
Did you ever have anybody who saw a movie that they hated so much that they wanted their money back?
Yeah, that's happened before. I've like people. There are a lot of like. I think people take it for granted how like tricky movie theater customers can be, especially when we ran all these like deals and stuff and like membership and shit. We had like there's something called Movie Pass. It's like some AMC shit. I don't know. It's like this monthly membership thing, and you get to like get infinite movies for free. Just swipe a card or whatever. And we were like one of the only theaters in town showed Bollywood movies. So we had a ton, and they're priced cheap. They were priced more expensive, right? And so
You were
so
at an
the-
AMC like chain type theater?
no, it was a local movie theater,
Oh,
like
okay,
family owned or whatever.
Okay.
But yeah, these people showing up for the Bollywood movies, they would swipe their movie pass card, and it only accounts for like, say, $8, which is like our normal price, but the Bollywood movies are like $10. So we'd like let them know, like, hey, you got to pay an extra $2, and these like people would get furious at us about this. And oh god,
I get it
like-
though. I mean, hey, are the Bollywood movies really premium? Is that premium cinema?
Oh, dude, we got to watch as many movies as we wanted for free. My biggest regret is I never watched a Bollywood movie while I was there,
Damn.
because I
man.
watched them for like the first time afterward, and they were a fucking hoot.
I've only ever seen like YouTube clips of
Oh,
sequences.
it's like that. It's definitely like that. It's majestic.
All right,
Prime cinema.
take us to your last job then, the warehouse job. What was that like?
Yeah, so this is like the family business, right? Like
Mhm.
my grandfather started this company. It's dye supplies, right? So we're supplying dye shops with the wood, the rubber, the knives that they make dyes, which is what is cutting out like
Okay, you're talking
flat boxes
you're talking,
and parchment and stuff. This is packaging shit.
Okay, I see. DYE.
No, DIE.
What?
Like yeah, I know. It sounds like my father's an arms dealer. I know.
What? Wait. What are the?
Yeah,
what are
look
the
up
palette knives?
rotary dye.
All right.
Yeah, that'll be a good visual explanation of like the kind of materials we're working with here.
Rotary die.
Mhm.
Okay, I'm gonna pull this up on the screen here. Let's see. Okay, keep going.
Yeah. So what our family business is supplying shops that make these dyes for companies with the materials to make these dyes. And so I have been like going into our warehouses since I was a child and like helping make boxes, and like I broke my nose on like on a tape roller once, and I got like blood stains still on the warehouse floor, like. And sometimes when I'd be sick, my dad would take me into work, and I would do work there when I was sick from school.
Nice. That's pretty cool. Tell me what the
Child
hell?
labor.
I'm looking at this
And
rotary
he would pay
die.
me too.
What the hell is this? What does this do? This looks
Okay,
like a
so this
torture,
this
like a
rolls-
way to murder a lot of people efficiently.
It's got knives all over it, you know. And
Yeah.
it what happens is you roll like flat pieces of any sort of packaging material, like any type of cardboard or maybe like laminated paper or any sort of like, you know, good, and it'll do a cutout of that, and that cutout is what gets folded into your packages.
Oh, die cut. I've heard that before.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
what this is.
Yeah,
Okay.
die cut.
I see.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah. So eventually, well, around high school era as well, I actually became a real employee there, and so I like filled out some paperwork, and I became like a certified box truck driver. So I'm like some 17-year-old kid driving around a massive old box truck,
Nice.
just and I would do deliveries. You know, I'd take these massive things of wood off the back of the truck and everything, and oh boy, I made a movie about it, actually. I think I submitted it to the 24-hour cast called Warehouse Wednesday.
That's right.
Filmed in the warehouse that I worked in, and I'm like a forklift driver and stuff, but I don't know. The warehouse it's a kind of, I call it a sweatshop, because the AC has been broken for pretty much as long as I can remember. And yeah, I'd pretty much spend most of the days like doing deliveries, counting shit, rearranging shit, carrying shit, you know, just that whole sort of deal.
And of
I wore a
those,
little thing for my back.
oh, you got that weightlifter belt thing? Is that what you're
I
talking about?
do, and I got some nice gloves because I handle a lot of knives. So I got these gloves that I can hold knives with and not get cut.
All right. So for the three jobs that you mentioned, which one was your favorite?
personally, my favorite was a warehouse job because I really have a tough time talking with customers. It takes a lot out of me. But when I'm working in a warehouse, I just kind of mind my own business. And the only other guy working there besides my dad is like a older Rastafarian guy who like talks to me about anime and stuff. And so I have pleasant conversations with him. I don't have to talk with any customers. I get stuff done on my own time. And that's the one that paid the best out of all of them, you know. That's what kind of gave me my money for living through college most of the time. So I just bust my ass over the break, the warehouse, sweatshop.
All right, Toner, I'm going to let you go now. Thank you for talking with me about this shit.
Enlightening stuff. I hope everyone enjoyed it.
Yes, thank you. Have a good one.
Care.
Totally get that about not wanting to talk to customers. Holy crow. That's the worst part of any job, having to talk to people who are not part of your camaraderie, your group of buds. They just want something from you. Ugh.
Call from
Tim.
Uh-oh. Is this the
to accept,
Tim?
press 1.
Tim?
Yo,
Tim. Is this the Tim, or is this a different Tim?
nah, dude, this is the Tim from last time, dude.
Oh, shit. You're back in,
Yeah.
baby.
Dude, first off, sorry I ended the stream by telling everyone about a murdered baby.
Yeah, you know, I really enjoyed your first story, and then you just you turned it on to murdered babies. It was a bit of a downer, but it's okay. It's okay. You know, that's what this stream's for. Is just people talking about whatever kind of crazy shit they got going on. Tell me about your job, Tim. I remember last time you were saying you're going to law school. You wanted to be a business lawyer or something like that.
Yeah, I'm going to law school right now, which is kind of confusing because right now I'm doing probably the most illegal work I've ever done.
In what way? How do you mean?
Well, all right. Do we? You know what? I'll tell it in a fun way. These are sad stories, but it'll be in a fun way.
It's okay. We can manage.
Right now, I'm working basically as a freelance writer. In two ways. One of the things that I'm doing, I actually just quit because the bullshit was too crazy, is that I was writing pornography for this OnlyFans, you know, a whore.
Explain that a little bit. What exactly do you mean?
Yeah.
You're writing pornography for an individual or for a business?
In a business sense, this was being sold. I forget the woman's fucking name, but it was under the brand of Britney's Barbies.
Okay.
Right?
Yes.
You can look that up on OnlyFans. You can probably find it. But the woman's first name is Brittany, obviously, and then whatever the fuck her last name was, she was anyway.
What is OnlyFans? I mean, it sounds degenerate.
Fans.
OnlyFans. Okay. I thought you were saying some sort of Japanese pornography thing. I don't know. Okay, OnlyFans. You were writing copy for an OnlyFans participant.
Well, I was writing erotic stories
featuring this person.
Here's the weird thing. It was a constant clusterfuck of what the fuck I was actually supposed to be doing. So this woman hired me. Her first name's Brittany, and she does this thing where she's basically like whoring out other women, and she calls them Brittany's Barbies.
Ooh, okay.
Like, she'll get their nudes and post them on her page, and then they get a cut.
Oh, she's a pimp.
Yeah, she's a pimp and a whore. Which, you know, that's some boss bitch energy.
Okay, good.
All right.
That seems like...
So now here's the...
No, go on.
I'm sorry, interrupt. So, all right. I got hired because a friend of mine replied to a post. Someone literally just posted, like on Facebook, on her personal page, hey, looking for interesting writers who are not afraid of taboo subject matter. There is no listing that this was even a pornography job. It just said looking for interesting writers with out fear of the taboo or whatever.
Hey, if I know Tim has no fear of the taboo.
Yeah. Well, here's the fucked up part, is that I was doing this job under an assumed name because they only wanted to hire women. So
okay.
I just did this under a female friend's name. They didn't even know I was secretly a man.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So I apply, and I just to emphasize what kind of job this was, this Brittany woman, she specifically did like femdom, like
Yes.
lots of BDSM stuff.
Okay.
And
Where she's the
I got
boss.
hired. Yeah, she's the dom. She's the one with the whips, and she's like, and all of her like writing stuff that she wanted was like, just call them like sissies and cucks. They love that.
Good. Wait, so
Yeah.
tell me about this job. Were you looking at a bunch of pictures of other women and being inspired by that, or were you inspired by the people who are paying into her OnlyFans?
So the way it worked is that Brittany's like manager would send me requests like, hey, I need an orgy story, like male subject being like dommed by like 5 women. And the problem was that like these women, they tried to be professional, like, oh yeah, we're in sex work, we're an industry.
Right.
But the thing is, everyone involved in this whole endeavor was a deeply broken, fucked up human being. Like I was on this Zoom call and I've got, a fake screen. I don't have my face on there, so they don't know I'm a man. I've got the voice changer.
Oh,
shit.
Know? You had a voice changer and everything. You were going deep undercover.
Yeah. I'll do a lot of shit to get paid, man. And so they'll be telling like, all right, so this is like our fucking payment plan. This is how you earn royalties. This is our like HR representative. And while she's telling me this, she's smoking a blunt and like she's wearing a shirt but no pants. And so she'd like stand up and I just see her vag, and it was just a horror show.
Describe that.
So
describe what you mean by that. It was what was going on with the vag situation?
Droopy.
Okay, that's funny.
Droopy.
Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah. All right, a vivid picture has already been painted in my imagination.
Yeah, man. So it was never clear what they wanted, because she was like, just write a story about just like an orgy, and then they would say, we really wanted it to be like straighter or gayer. Whatever I did wasn't what they wanted. There's the thing that made me quit was that she wanted a story done from her perspective. The manager of Brittany was also one of Brittany's Barbies. It was very incestuous, very weird. And she said, write a story about me and her fucking and include like squirting and some doming and just like make one of us the stepmom to the other one. Because literally every story I wrote had to involve a step parent, because that was like the number one Pornhub search is like step sibling, step parent.
Okay.
And I did it. I turned it in, and she was like, you have to change this because what you wrote is that she was married to my dad, but her fans know she's never been married. And I said, you wanted her to be your stepmom. And she said, well, yeah, but just don't have her marry my dad. And I was like, do you want her to marry your mom? Like, do you not know how someone becomes a step parent? They marry someone who has children.
Right.
And that was kind of the last straw for me. And they were always very stingy about giving me my pay, and it took like months to get paid. It was just a pain in the ass.
So you quit?
Yeah, man. Right now I'm doing some far more illegal stuff in terms of writing.
Oh?
Yeah. All right. So I got to change a lot of details because it's very illegal.
Okay. That's fine.
But basically,
go on.
I have been hired by this firm that is basically it's a firm that is a bunch of doctors who all do expert witness testimonies for lawyers and lawsuits and shit.
I don't like where this is going.
And yeah, it gets real dark, man. But I knew someone involved with this firm. And they're like, hey, Tim, our expert witnesses can't write. Like, I'm getting constant revisions from lawyers. Everything is taking forever. can I just pay you to edit and rewrite like our testimonies? And
these are all like written, submitted testimonies. This isn't something where someone has to go into court and speak.
Right. This is all written testimony. Okay. And the thing is, like, no names are blacked out. Nothing is, hidden. And these cases haven't even gone to court. So I'm just seeing all of this like personal, private information. And of course, it's completely illegal. Like, I don't have any formal training in doing this. I just got hired because I can write well.
Is there the chance that like a quote unquote expert would write their testimony, you would edit it, and then they would have to go into court and relay what you edited instead of what they actually think?
There was a lot of communication. I would be like a lot of my editing was just calling someone back. All right, so what are you trying to say when you say the hospital did a really bad job? Can we be more specific? Okay.
They were literally just bad at typing. They were bad at expressing their thoughts through text.
Yeah, but man, the cases were so fucking grim. I'll tell you about one. It is dark as hell.
Go for it.
Some woman, she died. She was a big old fat lady, and she was in this hospital.
A great big fat person.
Great big fat person, yeah. And she's in this care facility. And what you're supposed to do with these great big fat people is that you're supposed to flip them and turn them and roll them around so they don't get bed sores, right?
Right.
And they just didn't fucking do this. So her entire ass was rotting away, and you just had exposed yellow fat around her anus.
Oh my God.
And she had also had this now, they don't do it anymore. It's a surgery to remove hemorrhoids where they literally just remove your anus.
What?
They just cut it out.
What do you do from there on out without your anus?
It literally... Well, sometimes you get a colonostomy bag put in, or you just literally shit would fall out of you. And they did this until the 60s. This was an old surgeon. She was an old woman. So the exposed, infected fat tissue was merging with her, just open rectum. And I just had all these pictures, which I had to put in correct positioning, and I had to get the comments on these pictures. And it was it pays really well, but it's absolutely horrifying.
Dear God. Wait, so you were just writing captions for terrible pictures of someone's ass falling out?
Yeah, all right, in picture, 1.1a, we can clearly see that, the infection has reached the anus. For reference on anus, see, surgery records from 1955. So we had to clarify that the anus problem wasn't because of the doctors at her current place.
Who was it the fault of?
Whoever fucking cut out her butthole in the 50s.
Okay, that actually was something that happened 70 years ago. Okay. This is okay.
Yeah.
Thank God. So you were almost on the right side of this equation for once.
Hey, man, I am usually on the right side of things. I as Tony Soprano said, I'm a very devout Catholic, except I'm not Catholic, I'm Protestant.
Man, Tim, thank you for calling in. I'm going to cut you off here, but those are some more great stories. We'll get more into that murdered child in a future stream. I'll do a whole stream on murdered children at some point and make sure we get your opinion on it.
Murdered infants.
Yeah,
sir.
No, not children, infants. Barely right, people. Man. All right, great talking to you, Tim.
Have a good one. Bye.
You too.
Call from
Ricky Volmonte!
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail,
I'm hesitant
press 2.
to accept this, but I accept every call. Hello?
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 Hello.
Who's-
Holy shit, I'm on.
You're
Oh my
on.
God.
You're here. You said
All
you
right.
were Ricky Vobante, but I don't believe you. What is another name, or it doesn't have to be a real name, but just what can I call you that's not that?
No, you can use my real name. It's Dean.
Dean.
You know, like the '60s jazz singer Dean Martin.
Sure. Yeah, exactly. Dean, how are you doing today?
Yes, everyone knows who that is. Anyway, all right. So my job. Well, I used to do, I guess, pest control at my grandma's farm.
Uh-huh.
Except it was technically poaching.
You were were you shooting things?
Yes.
Ooh.
Rabbits that were eating her flowers.
Sons of bitches.
I don't know why rabbits would eat flowers, but she didn't like them.
She had a flower farm?
No, they came out. So she has like it was on like the house of the farm, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they would come around the front of the house and eat her garden, like of flowers, right? Like a flower garden.
Wait, so you were doing
So she gave me-
pesticide
so
for the
she would make
farm,
me
but
put
the main problem was not the farm; it was the garden.
Yes, it was her flower garden.
Okay.
Which, yeah, the rabbits wouldn't go on the farm because there was like electric fence
Ah.
on the farm. Anyway, so she made me set up like snares, right?
Mm-hmm.
But
Snare drums.
that's not what's fucked up. You know, snares are normal. But she would make me go up to them with a little 410 shotgun. I don't know if you know what that is. It's like a small shotgun.
Okay.
Anyway, she'd make me go up to them with a 410 shotgun and shoot them in the head, and that's what we would eat for dinner. So it was poaching in every sense of the word that we even fucking ate the rabbit.
You could shoot a rabbit with a shotgun and still have enough body
Just
to
right in
eat
the
for
head.
dinner?
You cut off the head anyway.
They would just stand there. They were too busy eating the flowers
Well, no,
to
they
even
were
notice.
trapped. They were in the snare. The trap.
Oh, okay. So they were trapped and then you shot them. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. I mean,
Well, that's
I
fine.
wouldn't shoot. I mean, if it's just prancing around, I wouldn't shoot it. I wouldn't want to take its fun away. You know what I mean?
All right.
That's just inhumane. You gotta shoot it when it's trapped.
So you were eating a lot of rabbits that were, they were
Well, I'm
trapped.
Italian, right? Italians eat rabbits.
Say again?
I'm Italian.
You're Italian?
Yes.
And you eat rabbits?
And, Rodicio, which is, or at least Northern Italian, is is like a dish we have where it's literally just rabbit stew.
How is it?
It's actually really good.
So you were eating well.
But like, pardon? I am. Northern Italian, okay. So when I say stew, what I mean is like sauce, if that makes sense. So you can eat it with like pasta and shit, which is fucking good as hell. But anyway, I got paid food and $15 a rabbit except of course it was illegal. So.
Well, so how many rabbits were you shooting?
Bro, there was a fuck ton. I made like $150 in a week.
Just
They
from
weren't
the
very smart,
$15 a rabbit?
Yeah.
God damn. That is a lot of
I know, they
fucking
weren't very
rabbits.
smart.
The rabbits, well, I guess they never had a chance to go warn their buddies because you would shoot them before they could go back and say,
Yeah,
hey.
yeah. Like a fucking German in a movie, the prisoners trying to escape and just shoot them.
How did you? So you didn't? How was the feeling of doing that job? You're obviously happy to get lots of rabbit stew, but did you?
I was,
yeah.
but I was also. She bought, so she has like a hemp plant, right?
Okay.
So I also got free weed.
Is hemp weed? Did that happen?
Well, fuck, not hemp. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
okay.
I don't know. I just call hemp, but marijuana.
Okay.
Anyway, I got free weed as well. So I was high most of the time. Didn't really fucking care. So. Yeah, I know.
All right, so that was the whole job. And what about the pesticide part of, was there did you have to spray stuff or did the electric fence you talked about, did that just take care of all the
Well, I
pest?
took care of the stuff at the farm, but
That was
yeah.
the minor part of the job. The main part was just shooting rabbits in the face.
Pretty much. I may have PTSD, but I don't know. I just can't look at rabbits anymore.
Was it traumatic for you? I mean, really. I mean, it doesn't. I mean, doesn't sound like it's very traumatic. You seem pretty cavalier about it.
I mean,
I don't care. I don't care about shooting. You know, you shot rabbits in the face. I don't care. But
I would say yes because, yeah.
Was there a rabbit that like looked at you? Was it in the snare and it was like, "Oh no, please, this isn't what I wanted. I just wanted to eat these little flowers. Please don't shoot me in the face." Is that like, does it haunt you, or was it just like, another fucking rabbit, another $15?
I mean, the first one was a fucking baby, but I was squealing. But like, its leg broke. I wasn't gonna just leave it out there with a broken leg.
Yeah, it's dead in the water anyway at that point.
Like, you know what I mean? No. That's what I did. that was the only one that really bugged me, was like the fucking child, the baby rabbit with a broken leg.
Right. Yeah. But does that make better stew? A more tender?
No.
Meat? No.
No. They're not like, I don't know. We didn't eat it because I'm gonna eat a baby. It's kind of fucked up.
Oh, that's where you draw the line.
I draw the line at babies, bro.
All right, Dean, it's great talking to you. Thank you for sharing that about
Thank you. Yeah, I'm sorry for.
No, this is good.
I just felt that, you know, after hearing about a lady's, you know, droopy vagina and an anus that was cut off, you should use another gory story.
Dean, I appreciate it deeply. And I don't think you should feel bad about shooting those rabbits. Those fucking rabbits had it coming when they ate those flowers. They should have known.
Exactly, bro.
God.
Fucking tulips. You can't be eating tulips. You got that fucking shotgun.
All right, it's good talking to you, Dean.
All right, thank you.
Thanks for
All right,
calling
have
in.
a good day.
You too.
Bud.
Dean, don't feel bad. Who cares?
Call
There's a
from-
million billion rabbits.
James.
To accept, press 1.
James.
Hello.
James, hello. You are on the stream. What's up?
Oh, not much. Just enjoying the stream, and now I'm part of it.
Hell yeah, dude. Did you call in with something you wanted to tell us about your job?
Well, I've had a number of jobs. I'm currently unemployed, so that's why I have the time to do this shit.
Nice, nice. How long have you been unemployed?
Ooh, it's been about 3 months now, since the end of last year.
Nice, nice. Is that by choice? Did you quit something, or were you laid off, or?
Last job, I actually got fired because I didn't wear a mask in front of somebody, and they complained.
Wow.
But it wasn't exactly like we were, getting real intimate. I worked at a carpet cleaning place, and we would do rugs as well. Mm-hmm. So we'd bring them to the shop and clean the rugs and then roll them up and drop them back off at the person's house. And I didn't think they were even home, so I just left it on the porch, and the guy opened the door and was like, "Oh, no, bring it inside for me."
And was he upset with you at the time? Was he like, "What the fuck is going on here? Why don't you have a fucking mask? What the fuck am I paying for?"
Well, he didn't exactly lose his shit. Some people do, but he was just like, "Oh, I'll just stand back over here."
And then he called in to say,
"Yeah."
And you got fired on the spot, or did they have a conversation with you and then you got upset, or what the hell happened there?
Well, no, I came into work the next morning, and then the manager was like, "Well, we got a complaint about this," and it was kind of a shitty job anyway, so I wasn't too upset about it.
Interesting. All right, well, that's seems like a bunch of bullshit, but what about your previous jobs?
Well, I worked on locomotives for a while. It
Does
was
that
a
mean
temporary
train, or
job.
are you just being fun with talking about
Yeah,
anything that
well,
moves?
technically, the train is the entire thing. The locomotive is the front part that makes it move.
Okay.
That was a pretty sweet job. I like working with tools and fixing stuff up. So that was a pretty good one. I
Wait,
worked at a
I mean
place
that's well.
that built.
Hold on. I'm interested in this.
Oh,
The front part of a
oh,
train,
okay, one thing at a time.
the locomotive. I mean, that seems pretty technical. That seems pretty skilled work. I mean, what the heck did you have to do to the front of a train? You just
Well, that was actually my first full-time job. I was 21 at the time, and the more senior guys knew what they were doing, and they kind of just told me what to do, like, "Hey, go unscrew this," or they also get very dirty. There's lots of grease and dirt from the environment that gets built up over decades.
hmm
And when we were fixing up the old ones, we'd repaint them. And of course, you can't put paint down on grease. So they'd put you in like a rain suit, and they'd give you a hot sea hose, like a really high pressure, high temperature hose
Okay.
with like some industrial soap in it. And you just blast out all the built up gunk. So that was actually pretty satisfying.
Are you a guy with a mechanical background? How did you get that job, I guess?
Well, I got an associate's degree in electronics, and a lot of people there were, average dudes, and then they saw a guy with a little bit of formal education. I think that helped me out.
Nice. Okay. Did you ever
Yeah.
think you would be working on trains, on locomotives when you were getting that degree?
No, I saw it and it sounded interesting, so went and had a quick little interview, and they hired me. It was only for 5 months. It was a temporary thing. They had a contract
Okay.
with Union Pacific, and they had 60 something units they needed upgraded. And then once all the work was done, they let me go.
Yeah. All right. That's pretty interesting, though. What about keep going, your previous jobs previous to that?
After that, I worked at a place that built wire harnesses. That was pretty tedious. It was basically just measuring out wires, cutting them to a length, stripping off the ends, and putting a lug on.
Okay.
So pretty monotonous. It paid $9 an hour, so not too much.
Yeah.
But I would honestly just get high every day and then just listen to music and do that.
You never had any bad experiences in that job, really? You're just kind of doing your own thing?
No, that job was all right. It was just kind of boring and tedious. They did have a little gym in the building, so on my breaks I could go hit the treadmill or whatever.
Oh, gym. I thought you said gin, like the alcohol.
No.
Okay,
that was
gym.
that
makes
was
more
after.
sense. I mean, that makes more sense. A gym. Well, it doesn't really make sense at all. A gym? They had a gym there?
Yeah, some little exercise equipment.
That's pretty nice.
How
long were you working that job?
Okay. That was about 6 months, and then I got quite a better job after that. I worked for a national laboratory. Not going to say which one. There's a few of them.
Sure.
But that was a sweet job. It paid really well. The only downside is it was kind of boring.
What were you
because
doing?
it's kind of government funded, and I mean, there would be some days where there would just be nothing to do, so you just kind of be wandering around going, oh, okay, I guess I can go sweep the floor.
Yeah, what were you doing? Like cleaning tanks or some shit?
It was research for renewable energy, specifically biofuels. So,
Corn?
like, for example, what was that?
Corn?
Yeah, corn was a big one. Corn is one of the biggest crops we grow, and when you grow corn, all you really care about is the kernel. That's the edible part. So all the other matter, all the stalks, the leaves, and the cobs, we were just trying to figure out how we could make that useful and turn it into some kind of energy source.
What sorts of things were you doing to determine that?
Just testing. We'd do. Well, I was more like the hands-on stuff. Yeah, we had like you get like big bales, like 1,000-pound bales. They call it corn stover. Is the corn plant minus the kernels, and we'd had these big grinders. We'd chop them up, and then all the nerds in the lab would do all the science stuff. But I actually got fired from that job because I showed up to work drunk one morning.
In the morning, eh? Nice.
In the morning, yeah.
Was that left over from the night previous, or were you just hitting it hard in the AM?
Yeah, well, I had a 3-day weekend, and I went out camping with some buddies, and we just drank constantly for 3 days straight. And I woke up in the morning, and I felt great. You know, I wasn't hungover at all. I was in a good mood. Felt awesome. Then I showed up to work, and I don't know, I felt normal. I was drinking pretty heavily, so my tolerance was really high. But yeah, I was walking up this stairwell, and there was this Mormon guy right behind me. And I guess I was just off-gassing, just, giving off fumes. And so he talked to the manager, and then they're like, yeah, you smell like alcohol. You've been drinking? And I was like, no, not recently. So they gave me a breathalyzer, and I blew a .15.
Oh, my God. Wow.
So,
that's impressive for the next day.
Yeah, well, I may have had a little hair of the dog in the morning, but...
that sucks, though. Fucking Mormons.
Yeah, no, man, this guy was quite the character. I won't say his full name, but the first time I met him, he was telling me this story. In his mind, he was kind of this vigilante.
Oh, good.
He lived out in the country, and he had some land, and his neighbor had a dog that would come onto his property and bark and, run around and whatever. He didn't like the neighbor's dog being on his land. And he said, yeah, one night I was laying in bed, and this dang dog comes up, and so I just grabbed my gun and leaned out the window and shot it and went back to bed.
Wow.
That was the first thing he told me when I met him. And it's like, so you killed your neighbor's dog because it was barking? He's like, yep.
And he's proud of it. That's like one of his crowning achievements.
Yeah, that was the first thing he told me when I met him.
Wow. That's sort of unlike the Mormons that I've known in the past. But the thing that is like the Mormons is being very being very pro-sobriety. Mormons can't even drink caffeine.
Yeah, I guess they got to get their kicks somehow, huh?
Exactly. You say your name was James?
Yes.
James, it was great talking to you. Thank you for telling me about your jobs. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. See you, James. Okay, I'm going to take a quick break, play a little music. 5-10 minutes, I'll be back. Take more calls.
Of old, I'm going to tell you the new words just before we sing them.
Everyone's looking, I see what they see. You look pretty now.
Okay, we're back. Yeah, I was reading the chat for a second. I see Drew's here. Hell yeah, Drew Langlois. If you don't know him, I mean, I don't know how you wouldn't know him if you are on my channel, but Drew Langlois is an excellent, excellent animator. Artist. Full-on, 100% artist person. Go to his channel. I don't have the link in the description or anything, but just search Drew Langlois, Langlois. Oh, such beautiful, beautiful work. By the way, that wasn't my true Ted Levine impression. I was on the spot. This is what, okay. Oh, wait. Is she a great big fat person? Oh, wait. Oh, Monk. I saw a great big fat person. Oh, Monk. Would you fuck me? I'd fuck me. It's better, see? I do a Drew sent me an email at one point asking if I knew any good celebrity impressions for his series, Staying Positive in the Apocalypse. And I sent him a list of... I don't have any good impressions. I sent him a list of the most retarded people in the world that I thought perhaps I could do impressions of. But I didn't. I don't do impressions, Drew. Now you know. Now you know for real. I can't remember who I sent. Ted Levine, Marlon Brando, who I can't do. I sent a whole bunch of people who I can't do impressions of. Oh, wait. Is she a great big fat person? That's the only line I can do. But anyway. Okay. Lines are opening back up now. I just ended Do Not Disturb mode. Feel free to call in. Talk about your job. We've been talking about all kinds of jobs. What do we have? Digital marketing analytics. Okay, well, that's all I get to.
Call from. To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
Hello?
Hello?
Yo!
Hey!
Who dis?
This is Joe.
Joe! What up, Joe? Yeah, you're on. This is it.
Oh, cool.
You're in the
I
big
made it.
time, baby.
I can feel it. This is the moment where my life really turns around.
Yeah,
right here.
Something could really happen for you right now. We got all kinds of... We got talent scouts listening from all across the world. I was going to say United States, but I don't...
Don't tell me that.
Yeah, dude, so don't
fucking
mess it
tell
up.
me that, though. The pressure's on.
Don't mess it up. No, I'm just kidding.
I thought you were I thought you were supposed to be helpful. Now you're just making me nervous.
All right, you're right. I'm sorry.
Oh, man. My heart, it's racing. My heart.
That's good.
I can't take this, TMH, whatever the hell your name is.
That means you got extra blood pumping through your body right now. That's a good thing. So tell me.
Oh, good.
Tell me about your job, Joe.
My fucking job. It's crazy that this is the show I make it on because I don't want to fucking talk about my job. I'm sick of my job. My job is fucking everywhere. Everywhere I look, there's my job. And now I'm talking to you, and my job is still there.
What is your job? Stop playing coy with me, Joe.
All right, my job. You really want to know?
Yeah.
I'm a financial consultant. I'm basically the devil.
What does that mean?
You know, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't fucking know. I started this job a couple months ago. I don't know. I thought I'd get training. I haven't got any training. They just threw me in.
Well, how did you get the job? How did you get the job? You said you got this job a couple months ago, but what was the process like for getting in if you don't know what the hell is going on?
Well, I sort of expected like what I'd be doing. I mean, you know, there's a bunch of interviews I had to do. I had to do like a crazy case interview, which was fun. They flew me to Chicago and to do that. Never left the airport. But so I'm supposed to be like, I'm basically working for a company where they pair us up with these different clients who come and they basically have a problem. Like, hey, we're not making enough money. Help us fix it. Hey, all of our processes are terrible. Like, what are we doing wrong?
Their
our inventory management's all fucked up.
Their financial processes? What the hell does that mean?
Well, just like whatever, like maybe their like record to report process is all messed up, or it's not efficient enough, and they're losing a whole bunch of money, and they don't know what to do because they're already hamstrung doing everything else. They invite jackasses like me to come in and figure it out for them.
This is different from like an accountant. From what I know, an accountant is the sort of person who keeps track of the finances. What do you do? How's it different?
Well, that's the thing. Okay, well, it's like a all right. Well, all right. Say you're like an accountant, right? Yeah. Or you're an accountant, or whatever. You work in the accounting department of a firm, and so you're just doing whatever they tell you to do. You're just doing whatever number crunching your boss tells you to do that day. You're not necessarily looking for the inefficiencies or or knowledgeable how your processes could improve. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. You so these companies they hire other companies to basically look at their processes from like a third person perspective and sort of help them determine how to improve it, make it more efficient.
Okay, so if you're an accountant, you're not analyzing, you're not giving your opinion, you're just crunching the numbers.
No, you're just fucking adding 2 + 2 together and getting 4.
Okay.
Every month.
But what do you do? So you're an outside perspective then. You're going to tell these people what they're doing wrong, eh?
That's the thing, and I just feel like I just started this job a few months ago. I'm like in the lowest level position, of course. Mm-hmm. And it's like I don't feel like I got the big boy pants to tell anybody how to do anything. Mm. I'm just fucking like I'm expecting to learn stuff, and yet they got me like making all these decisions I got no business making. I'm working for a client now. They have all these processes that they want to improve, and they're just asking like me and this other guy, like, hey, so like, what's the solution? And I'm just making stuff up as I go. And I'm doing this for like 10 hours a day.
That's the American way. What sort of company? What is this client now? What do they do? I mean, you don't have to say who they are, but what's their field?
Communications.
Oh, okay. That clears it up.
I can't give too much information. I don't know. I'm paranoid. I just started this job. Just give me the basic details. Basically, I call it just a complaint. Just a complaint.
So, okay, well, I'm not going to pry. I'm going to pry just a tiny bit. Communications, does that mean that they're a website, or does that mean they're a TV channel, or are they in media?
Yeah, they do. They broadcast over various forms of media. They own a bunch of different stations and broadcasters and things like that. Okay.
So they hired you to figure out where the waste is?
Pretty much. Like what? Well, for this particular client, it's they're trying to improve some of the record to report processes so it can cut costs because they're trying to expand into the streaming market.
What? Oh, hold on. What does record to report mean? Because when I hear those words, they sound like the same thing to me. Record, report, like what?
It's basically all your accounting processes. So like from when a transaction gets made to when it gets like reported on like the, regular financials.
Huh? What?
Listen, man, you're asking me all these questions, and like I would love to give you better answers. But this is all I know. I'm still learning all this stuff, like all this crazy jargon and acronyms that I'm trying to spill out at you. Four months ago, I didn't know any of it. 4 months ago, I didn't know any of it, and now I'm the one who's supposed to lecture people on it. Like it's just maddening. It's maddening.
So you've been on the job for 4 months, yeah?
Yeah, about 4 months.
And you're working for like a firm or something that sounds like what's going on. Like you get hired out, they have clients that you work for, like through your firm or whatever.
Yeah. Right? It's like basically, I get grouped into a team, and then that team gets like hired out to whatever company wants us.
Well, what about your teammates? Do they know what the hell they're doing?
They pretend like they do, but.
Like
they're better bullshitters than I am. I'm not a bullshitter, man. I'm not a bullshitter. I'll tell you straight up if I don't know what I'm doing.
Okay, what was your job before this? What made you qualified to have this job that you don't know what the hell you're doing?
Oh man, you know what made me qualified? I'm a fucking fantastic resume writer. That's what made me qualified. I can really paint a good picture.
So what's on your
But
resume?
I,
Tell us what they saw in you.
what they saw in me. So
They flew
before
you
this,
out. I mean, I've certainly never had any sort of job where they flew me out for an interview. Like, no way. No,
Yeah, I
it's
know, man.
never ever happened.
It's uncomfortable. I'll tell you that. It's very uncomfortable. But it's well, before this, I was doing a bunch of odd jobs because of the pandemic. So I was working in just like an accounting department, doing data entry stuff. I was working at an Amazon warehouse when I lost that job for a while.
Doing what at the Amazon warehouse? The grunt work, or were you looking at numbers?
No, man, I was fucking putting things in boxes and taping them. That was me. I didn't get my stimulus, so I had to rely on Amazon.
How'd you gussy that up for the resume? How'd you make that look like it was something that these people would want?
Well, you know what? Yeah, that one didn't make the cut. You know, believe it or not, that one didn't really get into print.
Uh-huh.
After that, I worked for a power line company, and that I did some of their back office stuff that I actually liked because they had literally zero expectations. So if I failed, it didn't fucking matter because they had zero expectations anyway. But I was able to do some cool stuff with like just, I don't know, building like some basic databases and helping automate things in Excel.
Oh, you're an Excel man. You know your way around Excel.
You fucking have to be. There's no way you could get around in this fucking and what I'm doing if you don't know Excel.
Is that what you're doing mainly then? You're looking at their Excel spreadsheets and you're like, hey, this spreadsheet's a bunch of bullshit. I know how to fucking optimize this stuff.
That's the thing. That's the thing. They give me the spreadsheets and they expect me to just be the guy who says, you know what, I can make this 18 times better. I can fucking optimize this. I'll make it so you could just press the button and all your numbers just magically appear and they're all correct.
Yeah, you're gonna save millions of dollars a year after I just changed the macro formulas on this shit. Like the only problem you guys got is nobody knows how to work Excel.
Exactly. I'm the fucking VBA magician. Well, I'm supposed to be, but you know what? I'll get there eventually. Hopefully.
VBA? What is that?
That's Visual Basic. That's that's a lot of the code that goes like on behind the scenes in Excel. It's actually the most interesting part. Like if you want to really automate stuff and make it like interesting, then you can do with you can fuck around with the VBA.
What is interesting about Excel? What do you mean by making Excel interesting?
Well, like for my when I was working at the power line company, it's they had this fucking gross process of basically documenting all their like all the weekly paychecks, and you basically just copy and pasted a bunch of documents. Like you download a bunch of documents from the internet that were just like tabular format. You had to download it into Excel and then basically just copy and paste it into like the correct spreadsheet. Well, I was able to just take the VBA and sort of after you download the original timesheet, I was able to make it so through a bunch of different do loops, I take all the information I needed at like the click of a button and automatically copy it over to the correct spreadsheet. So like a 3-minute process for copying and pasting in all the necessary information on a spreadsheet now took like a second, which over hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of spreadsheets, really saved a fuckload of time.
There you go, dude. You're earning your paycheck. Is this what you're talking about in your interview?
Well, for my interview, I talked about my experiences working at I worked at a healthcare provider for a while, and there they had me basically figuring out where they were losing their money in terms of diagnostic coding. So
this is getting fucking
you got me going
technical.
through my whole work history.
This is
it
getting
feels
fucking
like I'm going
technical,
right
bro.
Now.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
All right, let me since I'm going through my whole work history, let me just tell you. So basically, you got these companies, right? Well, these healthcare companies, and they get money from the government, particular ones that band together into something that they call like an accountable care organization. Now, what those organizations are supposed to do, they're supposed to make it so they spend as few dollars as possible on providing medical care. And the way the government determines how much money it should cost is by like for a healthcare company to like provide, services to their patients, they take all these different health characteristics of the entire patient population, they put it into a model that they create, and from that model, it spits out a number, and that number is like the yearly medical expenditure for that population. Now, if the healthcare company goes above that in expenses, then they're not going to get subsidized, or their subsidization from the government's going to go down that year. But if they get below that line, then they might get extra kickback for the money that they saved the government.
Okay.
So the problem for the people I was working with is they had a bunch of fucking doctors who didn't like coding. They just like treating patients, the sons of bitches. They didn't like apparently they didn't like hanging around at the computer and documenting everything correctly.
God damn.
Yeah. So they were they were putting all these codes in incorrectly. It was and they just weren't, when they were reporting that out to the government, it was making it look like their patient population wasn't as sick as it actually was. So the government was thinking that they should be spending less on their patients than they were actually spending.
So you
made them look like a bunch of fucking bums.
And you made them seem like the patients were more sick than they actually were.
Maybe.
Hey, dude, what was your name? I didn't get your name on, or just whatever you might want to be called by. It doesn't have to be your real name.
My name's Joe. I can tell you that.
Right, Joe. I'm sorry, Joe. Thank you for calling in. I appreciate you calling in. This is good.
Hey, no problem. This was awesome talking to you. Have a good day.
You too, man. Joe. All kinds of people calling in. I never had a real job, I just realized. All these people calling in.
From
Tanner?
What?
To accept, press 1. To send a voice...
Hello? Who is this?
What's going on? It's Tanner.
Oh, Tanner. Hey, Tanner, did you call in some other earlier stream?
I did.
Yeah. Or did I call?
Tama.
Say again?
You called me too.
That's right. Oh, yes, that's right. We had both. Tanner, what are you working on? What's your job?
What am I working? It's funny because the last time you asked me and I gave you some bullshit answers, so I feel like I had to redeem myself here.
Tell me the real story, the real Tanner story.
The real deal. Well, I just got off a 96-hour work week.
Wow.
Just finished.
Impressive.
I didn't want it to be this way, but here we are.
And what is it that you were doing for 96 hours in a week?
Well, my job, so I work for like a conveyor belt material handling company.
What is that?
That shall not be named. So they make, they started with just conveyor belts, But
they produce?
Now they do.
They produce materials for conveyor belts?
Well, they build and install the conveyor belts and the systems. And
okay.
So if you're a company and you have a warehouse, you would come to us and say, I got to move these boxes. I get big pallets of shit and I got to send it to all my stores,
Okay, sure.
So we make up some crazy contraption that you take the stuff off pallets and you store it, or you like pick it for an order or something like that.
You're like building stuff specific for certain clients, like based on what they need?
Yeah, pretty much everything is like fully custom to their needs. So.
And what's your job in that mix?
Well, yeah, I have nothing to do with the conveyor belts really. So I'm a software guy for this company. So I work on software that controls the conveyor. Not really directly, but like I tell the computer that controls the conveyor what to do with my software.
You make or alter software not in the production of the conveyors, but how they function?
Yeah, exactly. So like the software that runs the building that ends up being, in the customer's warehouse.
So you're part of the automation revolution, eh?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm on a mission to destroy all jobs.
Yeah, hell yeah. Well,
come at me.
What does that entail? Like, what are you working in? Like, you build software, you write stuff, you write programs.
I do, yeah. We have kind of like a base software that I'll either write new components to or modify components to suit whatever the solution is, I suppose.
Mm-hmm. What is that?
So
what is
like
that?
this one.
Yeah, go on.
Oh, it's the one that I was just at. It's a building for like a clothes company with stores and stuff.
Uh-huh.
So we have 9. They're called sorters, I guess. So like a box will come in. You have a big network of conveyor belts, but at some point you have to like take a box and send it down a certain lane off of something. So it'll come in and it'll get scanned, and then my software has to decide where the box needs to go.
How the hell do you do that? Besides just like the dimensions of the box, like what are the inputs that you're working with?
Oh, it could be, so I don't know, if you have like a lane for shipping to FedEx and a lane for shipping with, whatever, like depending on what trucks are going where, and there's all kinds of criteria you could have, but there's, a barcode, and then some other system will tell you where some barcode's supposed to go, or, you know the weight of it or something, and I don't know.
You're telling me there used to be a man on that line who would size up the box, and he would be like, no, wait, hold on. Like, he would listen to it, he would shake it, and be like, this got to go in this line.
Yeah, I think so, actually. Or they would like write something on the box, and then Jim would just like pick the box up and say, I know where this goes.
Someone who's a box whisperer who knows the exact precise location. You put him out of work, bro.
Absolutely. He lifted 50-pound boxes for 12 hours a day, and he's just really missing that one.
That's interesting, though. So, like, you're working on further automating the warehouse process.
Yep.
Well,
Whether it's for delivering.
No, so it's different for every client you work with. How many clients do you work with?
I've probably worked with 20 to 30 different customers, but our company, I mean, I'm one of many people in my department, so and we have like 6,000 employees or something. I don't know, a bunch.
Wow. Well, how many of those are doing the sort of thing that you're doing, do you think?
Like, I don't know, at least a couple hundred.
Mm-hmm. So this is a big operation.
I don't know. Yeah, definitely.
How long have you been working?
I don't know how much. 4 years.
Oh, wow. Nice. Is this like the sort of thing that you feel like you'll be doing it for a while? You got a pension sort of thing?
Well, I don't have a pension, but I kind of like it. It's pretty interesting. Mm-hmm. Except for when I work 96-hour weeks.
Yeah, what caused that? Like, is there some crunch going on? You had to...
Well, I was so one of the parts of my job, most of it, I mean, I'm working from home right now, but one of the parts of my job is just developing, we get a set of like, oh, this is what packages have to do in this building, or, whatever, the requirements for their building, and then we write the software to support that. But then we also go to their building and, set it up and make sure that it runs right and whatever for like a week or two, as like the go live, we call it. But
have you ever had any like just gigantic fuck up meltdown scenarios where the warehouse is like, all our fucking boxes are going to the wrong place? Why did you screw this shit up? Our box man would have never done this. Did you ever anything like that?
Well, not quite here. It could have been that way. I've never had, but I have heard of projects that ended that way. The bad thing about this one was we missed. This one was an upgrade, so they already had a system with us, and we basically put them on the newest version of our software. Mm-hmm. But this building for this customer has been running since like 1997, so it's got a storied past, I'll say. So they had a lot of like crazy hidden custom feature things that we missed, and I only realized this when I arrived there and I looked at their stuff. I'm like, what do these scanners do?
Do you do like sort of long-term work? Like, how's that work? Do you build all this shit and then leave it alone, or do they like are you there to like continuously upgrade the shit as it comes?
I kind of wish that I did the second part because I feel like that'd be really productive, but usually it's, a project is we agree on what it's going to do and then we make it and then we install it and then,
they're happy enough.
They can call us for support later, but it stays the way it is until they buy a new project.
They're happy enough to get rid of that fucking box guy, the box shaman. They're like, that guy was so fucking annoying. He was always giving us such shit, and he won't work 96 hours a week. What a pain in the ass he is.
Yeah, that's one. Well, one of the reasons people keep buying these is because people won't show up to work.
Mm-hmm.
Like they hire enough people maybe that they can get their work done, that they can drive around on forklifts or whatever, little trucks, and gather boxes from places. But I was at this one and I was sitting, I don't know, with the manager, whatever, in the front room, and listened to him take like 6 call-ins for people that were sick every day out of 7 days that I was there. Like different people just, whatever happened to me, okay. So I think that's one of the big drivers for why people keep buying the automated stuff is, people don't want to work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, or they have lives.
Is that next, though, like building the software for the forklift people, like just figuring out how to get all that shit without people?
Well, sometimes some of our software is just telling people where to go, like in a headset,
Okay.
I don't know. Repeat the question. Maybe I might have missed the point of that.
Just like you've gotten rid of the sorting man who maybe had a sort of pointless job. Now it's certainly at this point. But like you said, people are still there in the warehouse, driving around forklifts and delivering things to certain places. Is that next? Getting rid of those?
How much money do they want to spend? Yeah, there's places that. I've seen a system, it actually wasn't ours, but it was in the same building, that basically pallets come in one door and there's one guy that puts them on the end of a belt and they go into this massive system that takes the pallet apart and stores it in this gigantic automated racking system.
Oh, wow.
And then as orders come in the computer, it automatically knows what all the boxes are and retrieves and applies labels to and funnels them into a truck, and they leave the building. So you need like 5 people to run that whole operation, maybe.
All right, Tanner, great talking to you. Thanks for calling in again. Appreciate talking to you about your job.
Yeah. Hope it was interesting.
Yes, I'm very interested. Thanks for calling in, Tanner.
All right, no problem.
All right, bye-bye. Nice. Hell yeah. I'm glad I don't work in a warehouse. I mean, it seems like
Call from
Sam.
Sam?
Hello.
Is this perhaps a Sam from an earlier stream, or is this an entirely new Sam?
That is a secret. Okay. I have no idea.
Okay.
What do you mean?
Sure. Yeah, I don't know who I'm talking to besides Sam.
No, this is totally the same Sam.
Oh, okay, cool. Sam, am I remembering correctly? Were you the guy who was upset about Patreon and e-girl, or who had a good relationship with e-girls?
I never said I was upset.
With Patreon? No?
No, I am not upset with. Was somebody else upset with Patreon? I didn't listen in. I had to stop listening to the last one.
No, okay.
I'm definitely the one that talked about e-girls. I'm saving my e-girl material for the e-girl.
Yeah. No, I'm probably
session.
I'm confusing people. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. All right, but Sam, tell me about your job.
So this might not be appropriate for things, but right now I am unemployed.
Sam, my God, you aren't contributing to the machine? What the hell?
So I'm technically a student right now. I was working at a restaurant about a year. Like I was working at a restaurant for almost a year, and then the coronavirus done went and happened, and they made us stop doing that. Which fair.
Restaurants not so popular these days.
Right. Plus, I'm not trying to get sick and or die just so that I can bus somebody's table because I was busing tables. Like, no.
You were a busboy?
No, absolutely not. I was a busboy. I've worked as a waiter, busser, food runner, bartender, all that stuff in various restaurants around for a while. I just needed something while I was in school, so that's why I was at the restaurant.
I'm sorry I feel like I accidentally diminished your position by calling you a bus boy. You sound like a bus man.
And there were plenty of bus women as well.
Ooh. Were you working at a restaurant that served alcoholic beverages?
Yeah. We had like it was a like sort of a Mexican inspired hoity-toity taco place. Like if you wanted to spend like $15 on 2 tacos, this is the place where you could go and do it. Which
wow.
It's not. I'm not the one buying the tacos, but I'm happy to take people's money if they want to spend it.
That is an impressive price for tacos. I mean, goddamn, $15. A taco. You're talking about tiny little tacos like that fit in the palm of your hand, right? Or are these big tacos?
No, these are like regular sized tacos, but it's like wild gourmet ingredients top to bottom.
Where are you at, if I may ask? What region of the United States?
So if I give any more specific information than that, then people will be able to narrow it down immediately. And
the region? If you just say southwest, southeast, northwest.
Oh, okay. I'm in Pennsylvania. Let's just say that.
Okay. Good. Could have said northeast. Could have easily said northeast there, Sam.
Pennsylvania's got a weird identity issue. Like we're not like nobody who's in New England thinks we're in the Northeast, and we're just sort of here.
You had to make it known. You had to represent.
I've ruined everything.
I don't know. I mean, was it a chain or? I mean, I guess I'll stop prying. I'll stop asking so much. You're working at you said a Mexican-inspired restaurant, which is an interesting phrasing. Not a Mexican restaurant.
Yeah, it was like a fusion type restaurant. Like it was very, like yes, we were making tacos and we had things like carnitas, and you're like there were things on the menu that were like, oh yeah, it's this, but then there was also like, oh, here we have our fancy like a lot of Asian inspired ingredients and things. It was a cool place. Don't get me wrong. It was a cool place, but at the same time, I'm not out here trying to die serving people $15 tacos.
Bash them, bro. Come on, bash this peep. Okay, wait. So how long did you work there?
I worked there for almost a year. I had been driving for Lyft for like 2 years before that. And then Labor Day weekend, somebody crashed into my car. totaled my car, so I couldn't drive for Lyft anymore, which is why I had to be like, oh shit, I need a job.
Did they crash into your car while you were on the job, while you were lifting someone?
I was not technically. No, I was not. I had already clocked off of the app. I had to do a whole bunch of insurance things, and it was very important that, like, no, I was not officially on Lyft's time whenever it happened. But that was a real pain, because I went from, like, boy, I have a job, to some dingus didn't look over his shoulder, and now my car is gone.
Yeah. Was
but
that
that's actually...
No, go on.
Well, no, it's one of the reasons why I am quote-unquote unemployed right now is because, like, whenever unemployment benefits did kick in from the pandemic and stuff, they were calculating it from my busing table's wages and my Lyft wages, which meant that they just dumped this pile of money on me.
Nice.
That was enough that I was like, oh, okay. I know how to live. I know how to be broke. I'm pretty good at being broke.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty good at not spending money on things. And I've worked in and around restaurants. I know how to cook all my own food from the ground up. So it's like, cool, I have enough money in the bank to survive for the next 14 months. By then I'll have graduated. Let's just fucking do it.
That's pretty cool. So you've been getting some unemployment benefits for the past while?
See, there was a point in the last, where they decided to reopen the restaurant, that, like, things had calmed down enough. And from that moment on, I've stopped applying for unemployment. I think that I technically could have wheeled my way into a couple extra weeks, but I was like, no, I'm not going to do that. Like, once you've been offered a job and said no, then it's like, no. I'm not really unemployed. I'm just a bum now.
So
somebody offered me a job.
You took yourself off the benefits voluntarily?
But that's the thing. I already had enough kicking around that it was like, cool, I'll be fine. I'll be fine for like a year. So yeah, I'm basically just mini retired right now. It's very nice.
When you were working at this Mexican-inspired restaurant as a busman, did you get part of the tips? I always wondered this. Like, how do they divvy up the tips at a restaurant?
Yeah. So, different places work it different. I think that, oh man, what? I'm pretty sure that at that place it was just all of the bussers, food runners got like a percentage cut of the total sales at the end of the night, something crazy like that. So like if we were extra, like, it was a tiny percentage, don't get me wrong, but okay. Like, I think it averaged out to about $15 an hour for most of us. But if we were getting like super crushed, then yeah, that you're going to be getting some extra money at the end of the week. So
that's pretty cool.
That is one of the nice things about restaurant work, is that the harder, like, if you end up with a greater volume of work, you're guaranteed more money for it.
That is
pretty much
the great thing about tips. I only ever worked in, like, in terms of like service work, I only worked in coffee shops. So like people don't really tip at coffee shops, and that's fine. Like it's not really quite expected. That's why I asked if you served alcohol at your place, because like that's a big tip driver. People are driving up the bill with their beers and cocktails and shit. But I used to be so stoked when I used to get like, $40 for 2 weeks worth of work and just like get it in cash and tips at the end of the pay period. Like, that was awesome.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like, oh man, what was I gonna? Yeah. Like it can be inconsistent too. You learn the rhythms of the industry. You know that like you're gonna feel like you're fucking rich all December. Mm-hmm. You know that people are going to be coming in all December long. You're going to be just rolling in money, but you can't think that you're actually a big spender, because then January hits and nobody's going out.
Right.
And you just there's just no money coming in at all. So you better be careful. So it's weird.
So what do you think?
Like,
What's the future hold for you, Sam? Are you going to be looking for work? You think you're going to be getting back into the restaurant game?
Well, the restaurant game's not what my future holds. Like, look, I am going to need a job, and if restaurant work is all the work that I can find, I will do it. Like, I don't care if I have this degree finished or not. Like, if what I need to do is bust tables, I will bust tables.
What are you getting your degree in?
A job's a job. Oh, I'm at a community college. I'm studying software development.
Okay.
It's great. I wish that I'd done it the first time I was in college, but I didn't.
Dude, were you listening to that last guy? He developed software. You could make software for someone to bust tables automatically. Some sort of fucking robot.
See, people aren't going to want, like, a nice restaurant with $15 tacos to have robots bussing because you can't be mean to the bussers. You can't be mean to the robot. Actually, you can. You can totally kick the robot over. Ooh, this is a lucrative business idea.
That's kind of, that's like the good thing about robots is, like, you can be
you can make
mean.
You can make a robot restaurant where it'll be like those Boston Dynamics videos where
you just
the
push them
robot's
around.
carrying the tray of drinks and you just kick them over.
What the fucking get out of here? I don't want this. It's just like,
this is a really good idea.
all right, Sam, I gave you this idea. I inspired it. So if you work on this, I expect a cut, 100%. That's not the cut I expect. I expect a 5% cut, but I 100% expect a 5% cut.
We'll absolutely cut you in. We'll cut you in on the deal.
Sam, thank you for calling in. Good luck with everything you got going on. Appreciate you calling in.
Hey, thank you very much. You have a good night.
You too. Oh shit, I gotta pee. I'm gonna try and do a disturb, but it's too late. It's too late. I'm gonna get another call. I know it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 5, 4, 3. Ah! Damn it. It's okay.
Call from
Andrew.
Okay. Andrew!
Oh, I got through.
Yo, Andrew, what's up? You're on.
Hey, it's not my real name, but
that's okay.
You can probably guess that.
I couldn't guess that. You're just some random dude who called in. I wasn't gonna be like, Andrew, what a crazy name that is. Okay, anyway, Andrew, I'm sorry. What's your job? What's your job? Tell me about your job.
I'm also a software developer.
Oh shit! Now what do you do with that?
I make training simulations for a lot of different companies.
And what does that mean? Like training videos, training simulations? What does that mean?
They're video games.
Ooh! So you're a game developer.
Yeah.
What sort of things are you working on? Like, what? Give me an example.
There's like construction, oil and gas, electric. There's different like enterprises that need simulations for dangerous jobs.
So rather than training people in the environment that they'll be working on, you create a virtual environment that is more safe for them to train on?
Yeah. Like in oil and gas, there's places where people might die on the job.
Mm-hmm.
So we simulate like explosions and maintenance on really dangerous stuff. But I mean, I make all sorts of stuff. Do you know who Sam Hyde is?
Yes.
I'm making a game for Sam Hyde.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
A training simulation game for Sam Hyde?
No.
Okay.
No, not training.
Tell us.
It's not a huge secret, but he has a game studio, and he's been making several different projects with some weird kind of grunge kids. I'm not a kid anymore, but I was when I started the project like 3 years ago. But yeah, he has like this harem. He brought me over there in 2017 to work on this little mobile game. It's like a con, but it has like Sam Hyde culture embedded into it, like jokes and crude humor.
What do you mean? It's like a con, like a.
It's a mockery of the sort of people who play the kind of game. It's like
I see.
a cookie clicker, Bejeweled type thing, like really crappy for stupid people to play.
Sounds like it's going to be huge.
Maybe, but yeah. So I've been working on that part-time.
Are you working on that?
Most of the time,
are you working on that solo or with some other people in the harem as you described it?
Solo. I tried to get people to help me on it, but that kind of fell through. And it's almost complete for what it is anyway. But yeah.
You sound excited about it. This sounds like it's giving you life.
Well, he's a weird sort of guy. Like, never meet your idols. Like when I was there, I was really scrawny, kind of a pathetic, not fit guy when I was younger. And yeah, he just has a really invasive kind of dominating personality. He kind of treats all of his workers like they're I guess ants.
Oh yeah.
So
you weren't into that, but you're still working for him.
No. Yeah, I mean he's a good guy. It's just he's a weird sort of guy. Okay.
Interesting. So you're working on this game for Sam Hyde. Are you part of like a larger firm or something for your other work, your more professional work?
Yeah, I've worked for many different companies, really big ones.
How do you feel about that? Do you feel fulfilled in your work? What's more fun to you, making the Sam Hyde cookie clicker Bejeweled game, or making the training exploding videos for oil and gas companies?
One makes money and the other doesn't. So, yeah. If I were to live in permanent childhood, I'd probably work with Sam Hyde and make no money and kind of live in a shitty place. So I didn't choose to do that.
Do you think that's something that will be finished? Does it seem like the end point?
Yeah,
okay.
I didn't work on it for 2 years, and then I picked it up recently because I had extra time.
Okay. When do you think it might be finished? When can we look for it?
A couple months from now.
Oh shit.
Maybe September.
So you're in the finishing phase.
It's always been mostly finished. It just wasn't like going anywhere.
And did Sam and the boys, like, they've already done their part? They provided the writing or whatever you need from them?
Yeah.
Okay. So
it's
yeah,
a small thing.
Great.
It's not really going to be like a huge blockbuster project. It's just a little joke thing.
That's fine. So you got a side project that is something you're interested in, but you said you would choose now that you're an adult, you would choose the more adult paying job, the job that pays you money. Do you have a girlfriend or something?
I did. Yeah.
That's a good reason. That's a good reason to make money. Somebody who's involved with you, dependent on you in some way?
Yeah. I mean, I'm kind of looking around now. Like, I know that you're looking for people, right?
For what?
Like, the last time you were talking about a family.
Oh, yeah. I thought you meant like software developers. I was like, oh, I don't know. Yeah, I'm looking for a family. You know somebody? You know someone who's got a family that's looking for a man? A family minus the man?
I don't know myself. If I did, I'd be there already.
No, dude. Send that info to me. You don't get first dibs. I need all my feelers out there.
Yeah. No, it's definitely a reality. Like, when you get older, you shouldn't ignore it.
Yeah, dude. How old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
27.
Yeah, I'm in a similar age range. And, yeah, the reality of life really starts to set in on you when you're not, like, in college or fresh out of college, when you think you've got like, oh yeah, like I'll definitely be all set by this age. And then when you get there, you're like, oh shit, here I am. This sucks.
Yeah. Your 20s really go by like they didn't exist. Especially if you go to college and you play video games. Like, I just had to quit doing video games because it was just wasting time. Huge waste of time.
When'd you get off that train? In college or after?
A little after college.
What was your main game, bro?
I had a friend group online who also liked to waste their 20s.
Mm-hmm. Playing what?
It was just anything.
Okay. Not anything in particular. Yeah, I had to, I was never like huge gamer type dude, especially in college. I was more when I was like younger and living at home with all my brothers and stuff. Like, we played a whole lot of games then. But yeah, at this point, it's hard to. I feel bad when I find a game that I actually really like at this age, and I play it for more than a few hours. I'm like, holy cow! Like, what the hell am I doing? What the hell is going on here? I just spent 4 hours playing a game or longer. Like, you know how it is.
Yeah. That's pretty much it. Otherwise, there's not anything really going on with me.
Dude, you sound depressed.
That's
okay. That's normal, I think.
Do I sound depressed? I might just be nervous.
No, I'm just over amped because I've been drinking energy drinks and beers and stuff. So it's you're not abnormal at all, for sure.
I mean, I don't drink.
Well,
I'm fine.
That's you got to start drinking, bro. Start throwing them back.
No, I'm okay.
I'm just kidding. All right, well, dude, it's great talking to you. Thank you for telling me about your job. Appreciate your call.
Yep, keep making stuff.
Thank you, man. Have a good one.
You too. Bye.
Bye. Yeah. Okay, gonna take another break because I gotta do something special in the bathroom. But I'll be back in 8 minutes or so. A couple songs coming up.
And the everything would have been okay. The struggle on the back on a bit of a big day back. Guess I should remind you some of the different times. Yeah, I went and looked and saw the stupid titles of favorite books. That's it. All you're not, don't fiction. it's just advertising. It goes right down underneath. Are you waiting for love? Subconscious brain. I am.
Colors in the sky try to capture my face.
his head down. Shame, 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 shame.
No, no, no. Okay, okay, we're back. We're back. Again, the shout outs, the HUD, the overlay that you are seeing right now is from Slouch. Slouch, incredibly talented animator / storyteller. Check the description of this video. Get a link to his channel. Check him out. Very great stuff. You won't be disappointed. Check out Slouch. The music from the stream is Michael Coffrin. We've made our way through Pictures at this point, which is one of his. I think it's his only full album that's out. The link to that is in the description. You can listen to it on Bandcamp. You can buy it for $2, $2 measly, the cost of a coffee. Michael Coffee. We're making our way into some other stuff now. His older acoustic works. Those are also on his SoundCloud, which is also linked in the description. Yeah. Okay, I'm on my last beer now. So we're probably we'll probably do another hour and a half maybe of calls. The line right now is on Do Not Disturb. I'm going to end that in just a second. What did I want to say? I don't know. I don't have anything to say. I mean, I've been enjoying these calls so far. Thank you, everybody who's been calling in, talking about your job. Oh, God, wait. Whoa. Okay. I don't know. I like the streams. I like doing these streams. I like the call-ins. This is fun for me. I haven't been looking at the chat, so, I don't know what anybody else is feeling. That's the way I like it. I like to just be floating on my own here, pretending that this is a great, great thing. Who knows? Nobody knows. Like I said before, the stream will be available for the weekend. After it's finished, then I'm going to take it down off my channel. During the weekend, anybody is free to download it, re-upload it if they want. Like, that's totally up to you. I have no say in that. I'm not gonna friggin' DMCA yo ass, because I don't care about that sort of shit. So do what you want. Do what you will. Okay, I'm ending Do Not Disturb mode, so you can call in again. The number is on the overlay there. If you want to call in, talk about your job, now's the time to do it. I got Bang going. I got Coors going. Here we go.
Call from
Big Mike.
I think I talked to this
to
guy.
accept, press 1.
Big Mike.
Oh, TMH. How are you?
Dude, I'm doing well. You're on. You called into a stream a week ago, correct?
I did.
Twice even.
Yeah. This week it's only going to be once.
Okay. What do you have to talk about today, Big Mike? We're talking about your job on the stream. Did you want to let us know what the heck you're doing?
Sure. As I mentioned before, I'm in Pittsburgh, and it's known for its steel, and I actually do work in the steel industry.
Mm-hmm.
And I have a customer-facing position where I go around talking to our customers about material that we sent out that's not quite up to spec, and I have to decide if we're at fault and how much money is owed to who. And how do we not do that again in the future?
Your company's sending out bad steel?
Well, we're a galvanizing line, so we take steel coils and coat it with zinc, and then it's a 24-hour, 365-day production. So not everything gets caught when coil's running at 400 feet per minute.
Sure. So is that specifically your job, is dealing with the problems that arise?
Yeah. My background's in metallurgy.
So how do the problems come in? You're handling emails or angry calls or what?
Yeah, emails. They can be angry, but generally they're pretty easy to work with most of the time, unless it's a lot of tons.
Yeah. So what's the deal? Like, how much? What's the biggest problem you've had to deal with, I guess?
Oh, recently, back in February, I dealt with, I think it was like 500,000 pounds of material. Yeah, it was an old customer had ordered the same product that another one of our customers previously ordered, but I guess they lost the job. So we just billed it the same, but they were doing a different process with it. So we entered it into our system wrong and made a bunch of steel that wasn't quite what they wanted. So I entered a claim, and our company paid them about, I think it was between $80,000 and $120,000 to rectify it, and we reprocessed the material, and they were able to use it in the end.
Holy crud! That's a lot of steel and a lot of dollars.
Oh yeah.
What? So it's just like something got screwed up along the way, and it was just totally unusable. The sort of stuff they were using.
Yeah, it went to a line that paints the steel, and they can't get the paint to stick if we coat it with a certain chemical treatment to prevent it from rusting.
Mm-hmm.
So we had coated it with that, and they're like, "Hey, what the heck? We are a paint line. You can't put this on here." And we're like, "Oh, sorry, we thought you were doing something else." So they reran it through their electro galvanizing line, and were able to paint it after that.
Do you ever get word from your higher ups that are like, "Hey, Big Mike, tell these people to fuck off. We're doing our shit the way we fucking please"? Or are they pretty...
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah, we get that sometimes. I mean, you can't say it in that many words. You still want them to be a returning customer.
Right.
But you can, what's the word? Not forcefully, but firmly put your foot in the sand and say, this is the way it is. If you don't like it, you can go buy it from somebody else, which no one in the United States makes the same thing that we do. So good luck.
Does that I mean, what? I guess not the percentage, but just like, what do you feel like with the complaints you get? How many are realistic that you can deal with versus just like people complaining for the sake of complaining?
I was really, because I started this 2 years ago, I was really worried about having to be really defensive about, everyone's going to send in fake stuff that I have to investigate, and it's going to be like a fraud type situation. They're like, you caught us. We were just trying to get a bunch of money from you, but yeah, you got us. No, I'd say 95, 98% of the time it's legitimate, and
what about those few times you do have to investigate claims? What does that mean exactly?
So if it's a big claim, I'll usually go to wherever that customer is located to get eyes on and a better sense in person of what the actual problem is.
Mm-hmm.
And take a look at the material with my own two eyes and take my own photos and talk to their operations crew that is actually running the stuff day to day.
Dude, so you interrogate people on the ground level.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, a little bit. I guess you could think of it that way.
Is it all? Where are you serving people? Is it just in Pennsylvania, or is it in the greater Northeast region, or where?
The North America. So I've in Canada, the United States, and Mexico a little bit.
Where's the furthest you've had to travel for one of these sorts of perhaps bogus claims?
Montreal, I think.
Okay. Did you ever you traveled a long way and then you found out on the ground these people are trying to screw you?
Yeah, I think it was once or twice where they were making a complaint and I went out there and looked at it, and I was still pretty green at the time and didn't really know what I was looking at, so I didn't have the tools to come at them right away while I was there saying, hey, this is your fault, not our fault. But it was probably better that way anyways, because you don't really want those confrontations, especially on enemy territory, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, are you by yourself when you go out there?
Usually, yeah. And I've heard crazy stories from coworkers about getting punched, and this is older people who've since retired, but yeah, I can tell one of those stories. It's pretty funny if you want to hear it.
Yeah, go for it. Sure.
So if I'm not alone, I'll be going in with a sales agent, because then they can use that information to negotiate contract pricing. So this sales engineer was telling me about back in the day, him and one other guy were traveling along the East Coast from I think it was from Pennsylvania, so Philadelphia area, down through Georgia and then Florida.
Mm-hmm.
And they were just driving, and they had a couple bottles of, I think, Jameson or something in their trunk.
Mm-hmm.
And they ended up getting to this plant pretty late at night, and the only person available to meet with them and talk to them was this general manager of the production line of this mill. And steel workers are generally pretty hefty guys, and the managers are usually the same breed.
Mm-hmm.
So anyways, these guys go out to dinner, and they're having some drinks, they're having some fun, and the general manager, or this plant manager, invites him back to his house. He's like, why don't you come over? We'll continue this party since the restaurant's closing, and we'll keep drinking. We're like, oh, great. We have these bottles in our trunk. We can drink these. So these two guys are playing with this plant manager. They start playing cribbage.
Okay.
And
hell yeah, that's a fucking badass party they got going on there.
Yeah. This has got to be back in the 70s or 80s, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
So they're playing, and they keep winning. The sales guys keep winning, and the general manager keeps losing every hand. And he makes some comment like, "Oh, you must be cheating." Mm-hmm. And the one guy goes, "Oh, you're so bad, I don't have to cheat." And the guy decked him, knocked him out. And so they scrambled out of the place. They woke up the next morning, and he's like, "Why do I have a black eye?" He's like, "You don't remember what you said? We have to cancel all of our meetings today. There's no way we're going to see customers when you got a shiner like that."
Wow. God damn. Have you ever so they were drinking with the general manager at the restaurant, and then went to a second location and were just having a grand old time. Were they betting on cribbage? It was like a gambling game?
There might have been some money involved.
Yeah. Okay, so have you ever cozied up with the people you're investigating in that manner?
Other than going to dinner, nothing other than that. I mean, going to dinner or maybe a ball game or something, but I don't think you could get away with that in this day and age.
No.
There's all the clauses about no gifts, and you can't do this or that to be seen as bribery and whatnot.
But you said that the vast majority of what you're working on are legitimate claims. You don't have to go the extra mile to discover if people are trying to screw you.
Right.
So, I mean, that's interesting, though. Like, a job where you occasionally have to go into enemy territory and figure out what the hell's going on. Like, so is it, you said you don't have to do that normally. Does that just mean that, like, the emails that you get are sufficient? Like, they give you the information you need? Like, what is the actual tipping point where you have to decide, like, okay, maybe I do have to go out and figure this out for real?
It generally has to do with the amount of weight involved. If there's like 20 tons or more, then that's a good idea to get out there and take a look at what's going on, because you want to make sure that it's not just those couple of coils that the customer's talking about. There could be more material involved and they just haven't run it yet.
Right.
So we want to protect ourselves. If they process it and it's not good, then that's extra time and money that they've wasted touching our material that we could have just taken out of there and not pissed them off with.
Okay. That's interesting. Some of my favorite, like, sort of detective stories are not the true detectives, like the private dicks that you hear about, but like the insurance claims, people who are going to just figure out like some sort of minor insurance claim, and then it turns into a big story. There's a stolen woman with the shipment. Like, you accidentally sent out a woman. That ever happened to you, Big Mike? You ever accidentally send out a woman on accident with your steel?
I'm not allowed to talk about it. They said they would find me.
All right, Big Mike, thank you for calling in again. Appreciate it.
Hey, thank you. Have a good night.
You too, man. We all know there's some shady shit going on in the steel company. They're sending out women. They won't tell us. We know. We know that happens. They're like, we wanted these coils. Why did we get this woman? I mean, they wouldn't say that. They would be like, oh, hell yeah. We got this woman for free. I was really hoping a call would come in there too. Oh, here we go.
Call from
Core.
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail.
Hello?
Oh shit.
Who's this? Core?
Does it work?
Yo,
Wait,
you're
which
on.
one?
Yo, hello.
Oh, geez, hello. Hi.
Yo. Wait, what did you say your name was? I didn't catch it.
Core.
Core?
Yeah.
How do you spell
Good
that?
evening. C-O-R?
Oh, okay. All right, cool. Is that short for
It's
something?
it's half my name.
Oh, okay.
That way it doesn't get Googled. It's like so
All right, cool.
special that if you like Google it, then a little too much comes up.
Yeah, good. All right, Core. Thank you for calling in. What's your job? You called in to talk about your job, eh?
Yeah, I guess I start working like an hour and 20. I started a new job. I've been teaching English to like kids in China on the internet.
Are you in China? Oh, well, on the internet.
No, I'm not.
On the
I'm on the internet in Canada. I'm not in
okay.
China.
You're okay. Do you so you know Chinese and English?
No, God, no. I don't know. I don't think I know anything. I know how to tell them to read the paper. It comes up on the screen.
In Chinese or in English?
No, in English. So I teach English online to like mostly kids right now. And then I also teach English in the middle of the day. So 2 companies. One company I just started is like with kids. And then in the day, I've been working with this company for a while. And it's just people call me from all around the world for below minimum wage.
So how do you communicate with the Chinese children what they should read?
Like, they can already read English pretty good.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, they're already pretty skilled in English. That's their whole clientele. Like, they can read properly, and that's basically it. They give me some documents. I throw the document on the screen. I have to do like a lesson prep thing. I'm not even like an official teacher, but they really just need English speakers on the internet.
Where in China are these Chinese children who speak English?
Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, all over the place. They got good internet.
They got in the big places. That's interesting. So you don't have to speak Chinese to teach the Chinese English.
No, but it's because their English is already pretty good. The dude, though, occasionally the kid will be falling asleep in the class if there's like 5 kids. So my manager turns on his video and starts like shouting at them in Chinese to wake up. And then they start paying attention again.
So what is your job exactly?
I don't know. I think I teach English on the internet because the other half of the day, people call me from around the world and they just like kind of talk about their job and tell me about their job during the day.
Okay.
On an English teaching platform.
So, how are you? How do they? How do they determine how well you're doing? Is like, are there testing scores and they determine like you've done a good job, or they take your word for it?
They take my word for it. I tell them they're doing a good job. Usually they are. Sometimes their internet is so bad. Like, I'm talking about the second company now, probably all over the place. But the second company, the one during the day, I think that one's a bit more interesting. People calling me from all around the world. Sometimes their internet is so bad that I have to pretend what they're talking about for like half an hour. Well, it's pretty rare, but most of the time I understand them. They're like calling from literally everywhere.
Like they're speaking in somewhat broken English to you?
Yeah, sometimes totally broken English, and I can't understand a damn thing. Most of the time, their English is great, and they work cool jobs, and they just tell me about it, and they just want to get some feedback after like an hour.
Interesting. So you're working for 2 places at once? Is that right then?
Yeah, one pays well, one pays really bad. So it's kind of like leveled out.
What's the bad one? The one you enjoy more, or?
Yeah, the one I enjoy more is the bad one, but I only do like 4 or 5 hours a day in the middle of the day.
So what are you doing for those people who are calling in from all over the world? Like are you just giving them some positive affirmation? You're just saying, good job, thank you for calling me.
No. Maybe it was that way for the first like few months because I had no idea what I was doing, but like they just want to like talk about their day. I try and like get them to open up. Sometimes the calls get super personal, and then I end up like getting really deep with some of these students, and I'll talk to them for like months on end. Like there was this one Saudi Arabian woman, and that's where one of the countries is they call from. I can't see her camera, by the way. It's like totally black screen, so they usually can't share their camera. And she used to call me like Tuesdays, Thursdays, complain about her manager for like half an hour a day.
To practice English?
Yeah, because her major was English, and she's working around like to do English at her job. I think it was like collections agency for a water company because water's super expensive in Saudi. So people would be like, hey, you owe, we would say like, or they would say, hey, you owe us money. And that would be like her whole job. She spent like years learning English, and she'd do that. But yeah, she just used to complain about her manager all the time, and it was cool. I was just trying to convince her to quit the job. So I convinced her to quit the job, and she stopped calling.
Oh no.
Because she didn't have money anymore to call me.
You're losing clients, bro.
I've lost the company quite a bit of clients. They don't actually like look at what I'm doing. I've like told a lot of them to go other places to learn English because this is like, they shouldn't have to spend money to talk to strangers online.
Hey, I would do that though, just to get a little social interaction, practice my English a bit. Is Saudi Arabia, is that a burqa wearing country?
What's a burqa? I think.
What's that thing?
They work at jobs.
I was just thinking you said you couldn't see her webcam. I don't know.
Oh yeah,
maybe she put the burqa on her laptop.
Yeah, I was thinking the niqab. I've had women from Saudi Arabia call me and they can't. They're not wearing one, but then those are the ones that might flirt with me, so I just ban them from the platform.
Wait, why? Because they're
just
breaking
not
the
so
rules?
comfortable. They're breaking my rules. I just don't want to take it for like, I see a timer on the screen. It's like, I'm going to like have this woman flirting with me for a half hour. I just don't want that.
They're just trying to practice their English, bro. That's
Oh,
the
no,
best
no, no,
way.
no. I mean, like, sometimes they're like, oh, you look really good. And I'm like, oh, thank you. It's time to go.
Okay, so you keep it strictly professional, but only when there's flirting involved. You said you get into the personal stuff, but if they're talking about you, that's not cool.
Yeah, sometimes I just get uncomfortable. 99% of the people on there are so cool. They'll just, like, some guy from Turkey might tell me about their job, and some of them work in AI, like what you guys were talking about with people here. It's just a cool way to, like, hang out with people. Sometimes I feel pressure, but it just, like, it's honestly natural, free-flowing conversation during the day. But then there's a timer on it, and sometimes it disconnects, and it's got its up and downs. The pay is mostly the down part.
What is the timer? What's your time limit when talking to these people?
They're paying for a subscription, so like 15 minutes, sometimes 30 minutes, sometimes 60, and then like when you're getting these calls, you'll get the piano noise. That means like, okay, it's a paying student. Or you get the guitar noise. That's a 5-minute trial student from India with bad internet who's gonna give you a 1-star rating because the internet didn't work. I've like kind of figured that out on the system, so you have to avoid them.
How did you get this job?
It's called Cambly. It's a really bad company. No one should work for.
Okay, but so is that like a fresh out of college type job? How'd you get in there? What's your situation?
I was teaching English in Japan for a little while, and that was like a way to just keep doing that kind of thing, but from home when the pandemic started.
What were you doing then before the pandemic started? Were you actually going to these places? You said you were teaching in Japan? Is that what you just said?
Yeah, for a little bit. It was just a few months. Before that, it was just all like warehouse work and stuff. But I've been just kind of stuck in this like English rut for like a little bit.
So you got an English degree? Which...
Oh no, I don't have a degree.
Okay.
No.
But you're
Actually,
a master of
you,
English. You know English like the back of your hand, eh?
The thing is that sometimes they don't want like perfect English. It's kind of like a racist way to look at this, but I think that like people want like an American-looking face teaching them English because it feels more official. At least it was super that way at the Japanese school.
How long were you in Japan? You said a few months?
9 months with my fiance. We were teaching in English together at like a little preschool. We never taught English before. You just they kind of throw you in there, and then you're like babysitting, but then they're also like trying to get you to get 6-year-olds to like finish paperwork so that they can hand it to their parents.
And you don't speak Japanese?
Oh God, hardly. A little.
Yeah. Even when you were living there, did you pick up more of it, or what was the situation when you moved there?
I couldn't open a bank account, so we're getting paid under the table.
Nice. Well, that sounds like a pretty sweet job. I mean, damn. I can speak English. I could speak English to some random people over the internet.
Sometimes, like even today, my one guy, his name's Satoshi. He calls me all the time. He like works from home 14, 15 hours a day doing Excel spreadsheets all day long by himself in his apartment. And his only human contact is like the teacher and the grocery store. So, yeah, he's given me these crazy new words. I had to look up like a ton of the things he was saying in English. He's got heavy accent though, but he's using these crazy words he learns about.
Do you ever develop like, friendly relationships with these people? Like, do they ever want to get your information outside of the pay window?
I made a few friends on there. I yanked off the platform just because they were cool people.
Do you talk to them today? Is that just random?
Sometimes I talk to this one guy. His name's Unal in Turkey, and he just got this big, loud, booming voice. I love the guy. He's so cool. And another guy, a Turkish guy, he's doing 3D. He's been learning sculpting so fast. So he's like a bit of a like personal mentor for me, I guess, in some ways. Like he's succeeding above and beyond so fast with that education. He's getting these awesome jobs done. So you meet some cool people off there, and you know, it's a good way to get, make friends for some reason. They're not using you, hopefully. For some people yank them off the platform, and it could be a little different.
Yeah, do people ever call you and think that like they're gonna get a job in Canada, like by talking to you?
Oh yeah, totally. I had an Indian guy calling me like four or five times in like a 2-week span, and they kept asking me about like local bus routes. And then he's like wanting to be my friend, and he wants to like, you know, he needs to get his whole family over here. He wanted like tons of advice.
Mm.
But yeah, I had to like kind of boot him off my profile.
Hell yeah. Your time's
turn
up,
off
bro.
the water tap.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah,
hey, you said you had a fiance. Are you married now, or are you still engaged?
Oh, we're still engaged. There's no rush to do that thing.
No. Oh, no?
No rush.
All right. I mean, I can't rush you.
Yeah, it's all good. There's no reason to rush that thing. Yeah, we've been engaged a long time. She's working at a cool place, actually, just to mention. She works at a sex toy warehouse. I used to work there for a while.
What?
That was a fun job.
Toys?
Yeah, they're a fun place. She's been working there for a long time, and they're super good people. And it was like one of the best jobs I had till I got fired from there.
Damn, nice. That's you know, that's outside my wheelhouse. She producing the sex toys? What is she doing with that?
Packing them,
good.
Putting them in boxes. She says really the weirdest orders come from the people up north, right? Like the ones who live in the middle of nowhere.
Mm.
They're like the ones wearing the chains and the and the masks, 15 inches. Yeah, those ones. Oh man.
Ugh.
They got big old stuff. They got stuff you wouldn't know about, even if you thought you knew it all.
It was like some industrial size sex toys to fuck the big machines. All right, Core, great talking to you. Thank you for telling me about your job.
Yeah, have a great night, man.
You too, man. Nice. I want a 15-inch sex apparatus. Actually, I don't know what I would do with that. Maybe it could be a weapon. Sounds like you could weaponize that.
Call from
Evan.
I think that was
To
Devin.
accept, press 1.
Yo, is that Devin or Evan?
Oh, I'm in. Kevin. Sorry.
Kevin. Okay, that's another one. Kevin,
Hey.
you're in. Yeah, dude, what's up?
Yeah, TMH. Cool. Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Nice.
I don't know if anyone's made that joke yet.
You want to talk about?
I'm loving the stream.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I'm not really, you know, the kind of person to be on the show, but I just wanted to call on with like some quick tech support here.
Okay.
I called in at the 7938 number. Your overlay actually says 2938. I mean, makes me. Am I crazy, or is that?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't say
number
that.
should it actually be?
It says 288 2938.
2938.
Is that not
I'm
right?
calling in on 7938.
Oh my god, dude, you're right. What the fuck?
I think that might be why you're getting like kind of, you know, repeat callers maybe because they actually know the number or something. I don't know how that's working, but
All right.
yeah. So no, I love the show, love the overlay. That's all I'm calling in about. But
Dude, big mistake here. Wait, 288. It is 79. Wait, what is it? 7. Wait, tell me what it is.
yeah, so 518-288-7938. I'm calling in. I'm seeing 2938. So the seventh digit there.
Wow.
2938-7938.
Wow.
So there's what I think.
That's pretty funny. That's a mistake. My bad. Thanks for calling in and telling me about that. You don't want to talk about your job though?
I don't really. My heart's pounding here. I'm really shy, but I love listening to the streams. This is awesome. Love working and just chilling and listening to the chill talk. But just wanted to make sure help things run smoothly. So that's all.
Well, dude, thank you. You're the first person who had the guts to tell me that the fucking phone number is wrong. That's.
Oh, yeah. Don't worry about first overlay this time. I think right or is it? But I've just been listening, not really watching. So then I just noticed like, oh hey, but yeah.
How did you get the right number? Did you just start dialing random numbers?
No, yeah, just tried them all. No, the ex-girlfriend email stream. There's a post-it there, and I think people were saying in the chat they were like, "Oh, I'm getting a cannot be completed as dialed thing." The message. So I called both numbers, and this is the one that worked, and
wow.
What's on the overlay. So here we go.
Okay. Well, Kevin, thank you. My God, that's a big boo-boo. Whoops. All I can say is whoops. Thank you for telling me that, because I never would have noticed. I could have gone on for months without noticing that.
I'm sure it would eventually get figured out, but I like this show. I want to see it keep going and get some more interesting people on and everything. So if I can help it get a little correction a little bit earlier, that's nice. So.
All right, cool. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you for calling in. Thank you for telling me that.
Yep.
Have a good night.
Bye.
Oh, no. Okay, the number is 518-288-7938. Oh, damn. That's a whoopsies. That's a big old whoopsie daisy. And it kind of does make more sense now that we've been getting some of the same people. It's the people who know the number from previous streams. 518-288-7938. Not 2938. Damn. Oh well. I mean, what are you gonna do? This is just a little boo-boo. Damn. I have nothing to say. It was a whoopsie daisy. Fun call though. Kevin. Big shout out to Kevin for the correction. It's good though that other number isn't in service. I mean, damn. That would be really a bummer if somebody was just getting these endless calls to the wrong person. And all of a sudden, I'm not getting calls anymore. Maybe Kevin's wrong. No, he is right. 518-288-7938. Okay, I'm not getting any calls right now, so I'm just going to put it on Do Not Disturb to pretend like... Oh, okay.
Call from
Daniel.
To accept, press 1.
You.
Oh, hello.
Hello, Daniel?
Yeah, it's me.
What's up, dude?
Oh, what's up? Thanks for taking my call. I appreciate it.
I mean, not anything against you, but I didn't have any choice. You're just you're the call that came in.
Listen, I appreciate you giving people the opportunity to call in nonetheless, so I'm happy I made it through.
Right,
and I'm happy that guy said that there was an issue with the number. They was able to finally get the right one.
Oh, man. What a big biff that was. Whoops. How did you get in? Did you call because you heard the right number?
Well, yeah, because I was calling a number that was listed on the screen for a little bit, and I thought it wasn't working just because a bunch of people were calling in. So I just said, okay, well, it's not working. But then the guy's like, no, it's a 7. I was like, oh, perfect. I'll call 20 times and maybe I'll get through.
Oh, man, just one number. What a painful thing about phone numbers. You get one number wrong and the whole thing is wrong. What a pain in the ass.
No, what are you going to do about it? Well, at least you know now. And
Yeah,
I feel like a lot of more people are going to call in. So
Yeah, cool. we'll get this sorted right away. Don't you worry. All right, but Daniel, did you want to call in about your job? Is that what you're calling in about?
Yeah, I'll talk about my job, that source of stress that I deal with.
I won't publicly state the institution I work for, but I work for a large bank as a banking advisor over the phone. I deal with credit cards and banking accounts and the like. And it's not always fun to talk to people about their banking. It's a touchy subject, right? People get a little edgy about it, and I don't blame them.
Sure.
But it's what it is, and I'm hopefully moving on from that soon enough. But yeah,
What
it's
sort
a
of
stressful time.
what sort of work are you doing? Talking with people about their
So-
bank info.
Yeah, so people are usually calling me in when there's a problem with their account, like their money is frozen, a payment came out that they weren't expecting, they don't remember authorizing, they thought if they closed their account they'd open a new one, that existing debts wouldn't be able to come and hurt them, but it does nonetheless. So these are the sorts of calls that I usually deal with, or like, why is there payment interest, why is there credit card interest, things like that.
So there's a part of it that's like people are potentially discovering fraud. The other part of it is like they weren't aware of certain bank policies.
Yeah, I'd say it's a 50-50 thing, right? Like I've been at the bank long enough to sort of say that, we're scummy people. We
Okay.
we have like a lot of hidden policies. We don't really explain things well enough up front when people are opening their accounts. And as like someone who's been there for quite some time, I try to be as honest with these people, and I try to give back as much money as possible when I can, and like reimbursing as many fees as I can to sort of make up for that. But there's a lot of things that are being charged, and you kind of feel bad at the end of the day because people are just trying to make ends meet. Now they're paying $50 for a payment that bounced, so it can be tough. So I don't blame them for being like irate or edgy because of it.
So what sort of policies are you talking about? Like overdraft type things, or what are the...
Yeah, like that's a good example. So let's say you have, I don't know, let's say your bill payments, you set them up so that they come out automatically each month, so you're not, manually paying them yourself when you get in the bill.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you, I don't know, for whatever reason forgot to transfer in the money before a certain cutoff time, and the payment goes through, and even if you transfer the money after that time, it's considered as though there wasn't enough funds. So the payment gets sent back to the company. You're slapped with a $45 fee from the bank. The phone provider might slap you with another fee, and it's just like you're like upwards of $50 in fees just because you forgot to transfer the money before a certain time. It's rough.
What is so you're working with like a national type bank? Are you in the USA?
Yeah. No, I'm in the Great White North.
Oh, okay. I don't know anything about the banks up there, but you're working with a national Canadian type bank.
Right, yeah, and they're international too, like when it comes to stocks and investments and trading and all that. But when it comes to banking, yeah, it's a national bank.
So what's the policy with like someone who's got an overdraft fee? I remember when I was I had a Bank of America account a while ago. Oh, I hated that. It was awful because like I'd get an overdraft fee and then like an extra fee for the overdraft fee. It was like it would build up incredibly quickly over just a few days, like where you would start to owe hundreds of dollars to the bank because of like this cascading thing. What's the sort of thing with your bank where it's like someone gets an overdraft fee and then how many days do they have to rectify it before they start getting additional fees?
That's a good question. So normally right off the bat, you're paying $5 a month just to have the protection, because normally speaking, if your account goes into the overdraft, well, the payment that made it go into the overdraft will bounce back, so you're no longer in the overdraft. But if you are in a position where your credit's good enough for you to be allowed to go into the overdraft, well, you're paying $5 a month for that, and you're paying 22% interest on the amount that's overdrawn. So there isn't a specific date to pay it back, but the longer you keep the accounts in the overdraft or in the negative, well, the more interest you're paying on top of it, plus the $5 each month. So it adds up quickly, right? Depending on how much you owe, well, that interest can start,
Well, yeah. So
quickly.
what's the deal with that interest? You said 22% interest, which is yummy.
Yeah,
that's some yummy interest. But like, what is that?
That's
Is that
credit card-
daily
that's
or
credit card
weekly,
level
or
interest.
how does that compound?
That's an annual interest rate that's calculated on a daily basis.
What does that mean?
So I'm terrible when it comes to math. So I just calculate it on a calculator that's in front of me. You'd be surprised at a number of bankers who suck at math. I'm one of them. But essentially what I would do is, so let's say you owe $500. I'll do 22% of $500, right, again in amount, and that represents the interest you'd pay on 365 days. So I divide that amount by 365 and then multiply it by the number of days you had that interest. So let's say you had it for a month. Well, I multiply it by 30, and that's your interest.
Okay, so the interest is the fee. There's like an initial fee of whatever amount or that they're avoiding when they pay $5 a month.
There's a fixed fee.
Say again.
There's a fixed fee of $5.
Okay.
A fixed fee of $5 no matter what, whether or not you went into the overdraft that month. It's a static fee just for being allowed to go into the overdraft. And then if you did go into the overdraft, well, then there's the interest that starts calculating from the moment you go in to the moment you take it out.
Right. Okay. Damn. Yeah. I mean, I on one hand, it's like, the bank shouldn't necessarily have to front you the money, but like on the other hand, that interest can just add up like to an insane amount over a relatively short period of time.
Right. Yeah, no. So normally this is really there for people who applied for the overdraft protection. You won't be able to use overdraft if you, one, didn't apply for it, and two, your credit is not good enough for it. So on the one hand, the people who are paying overdraft interest have some sort of expectation that down the line they might have to pay interest for it. But to your point, right, it's still 22% interest. Like it's not a small amount.
So what happens to those people who aren't paying the fixed $5 a month? They didn't get the overdraft protection. What's the difference there between what the other people are paying?
Well, their payment bounces, and they're looking at a $50 fee for their payment bouncing.
At the point of when the overdraft occurs.
Right, because what happens is, and maybe I should clarify, when the payment comes out and there isn't enough money, technically the account is overdrawn for about a day, about 24 hours or one business day, let's say. And after that business day passes, well, the payment that came out and put the accounts into the overdraft is then returned to the original company, and then the client who couldn't pay that, pre-authorized payment is then slapped with a fee from the bank itself.
But then what happens the next day and the day after? Like when you're not talking about the protection and the interest of it sounds like the bank is covering it if you have the $5 a month protection, but they're putting a bunch of interest on it. But for someone who doesn't have the protection, what goes on like the next day? Like they've tried to make the payment, it's not there. They get charged the overdraft fee. Then the next day, like, does the payment it tries to charge again, and there's another overdraft fee, or what?
It's tricky. It depends on where the payment's coming from. So, for example, if the payment is something internal, like let's say you have a loan with the same bank and that loan is processing automatic payments in your account and it couldn't come out the first day because you didn't have enough money and you don't have an overdraft protection, well, normally like 2 to 3 business days later, there will be an automatic a second attempt to try to take out the money. However, if it's with another company, like I don't know, let's say Bell, which is like one of our top, internet and phone providers, they might not try at all, and you then have to get in contact with Bell and let them know, hey, there was an issue with my account. Can we repass the payment now? Or you will make additional arrangements with them.
So if it's like the former type company, I'm gonna get into this with you, bro. Like you're the bank guy I always wanted to be mad at. No. But like if a company is like the former and they keep trying day after day, and they try to pull the money out of your account and the bank isn't fronting it, is it every time they try you get the overdraft account, like the overdraft fee?
Every attempt.
But why? If the bank isn't covering it, what does the bank care? Like if they're not going to give the money anyway, what the hell's going on there? They should be like, nice.
I know. I've had clients calling in, right? And in the matter of 24 hours, they incurred like upwards of $200 worth of fees because there was like 4 attempts, one after another, for a single payment that was like $2 that they forgot about, right? Like some automatic subscription for some, video editing thing. And they forget about it, right? They don't know that it's trying to come out, and
so what is what is the bank losing when they aren't covering the payment? They're just like getting a request.
I have no idea. I've never thought to ask,
bro.
Because what I usually do, it's major ass. So whenever a client calls me in and they're like, "Oh, I had a payment bounce," normally, you're trained to sort of say, "Okay, let me look at your account, let me look at your profile, let me look at your history with us, how many times have we reimbursed, and you make a decision." That's the sort of like protocol that each advisor has to follow. After a few years, they just said, "Screw it." And whenever a client calls in, I don't even look. I just say, "Here's the $45 back. Enjoy the rest of your day." Because it's a lot for a payment.
Well, it adds up. It adds up very quickly when you get like bounced multiple times in a short period of time. It's like it's like a lot of people are just like, I don't have the money at this exact moment, and so I'm just gonna keep getting these fees piling up. Yeah. And that's the thing that makes people upset. It's just like the bank is charging me fees, but it's not like I have the $5 overdraft protection where like they're going to allay the other company for a period of time. They're just going to keep charging me over and over.
Yeah, that's why. And I don't feel like a good person saying no to someone asking for a reimbursement, right? And
dude, I wish I talked to you a couple of years ago. I had a situation.
Well, at least you know about it a bit more. You're always going to have to deal with the bank, right? So at least you have some details on that. Yeah, it adds up really quickly. And like I was saying, sometimes you forget you have an account with the bank, or it's just an account that you're not using as much as maybe an account you have with a different bank, and you forget that there was a subscription somewhere, and it's just trying to pass. Oh, the worst is PayPal. Oh, PayPal is the absolute worst when it comes to that. So let's say you try to let's say you have an automatic subscription directly with a company. Normally, the company will give you a bit of time before they try again. PayPal, however, they'll just keep going so many times in the same day. Like I've seen $200, $300 worth of NSF, like non-sufficient fund fees, because PayPal just went ham with the number of times they tried taking out money. And again, like PayPal doesn't know that the bank is charging, or maybe they do. The bank is charging like $50 each time, but it's a lot. It's a lot of money.
Yeah, dude. All right, well, hey, that was great talking to you about that, Daniel. Thank you for calling in. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me. This was great.
Absolutely.
Keep doing the cool stuff.
Thank you. You have a good night.
You too. Take care.
Okay, I'm going to take one more break because I wanted to keep this going a little bit longer. One more break. Then we're going to take a few more calls and wrap it up. I'm going to try to wrap it up in the next hour here, but another 5-minute break or so.
I want you 'cause I need a friend, someone new to bring this to an end. Things may change, they may stay the same. It's just a freak, yet I lonely ghoul. These random words, they are a curse. The radio static is giving me a verse, but you can't hear me. I am in the past. Draw my curtains, Clinton, we go black. I need you, 'cause I want a friend, someone new. Bring this to an end, but you can't feel me. I am in the past. Draw my curtains, Clinton, we go black. Please tell me you won't use my own fear, 'cause the poison oak trees grown with each dead end year, throwing stones at pain at my glass fortress. Now the ceiling's taking rain. Yeah, come on, make me homeless. Are you really after the core, the truth of these matters? Does it matter somehow? I doubt that you'll believe me, but you'll believe when I scream, when I shout. Something's coming, something's coming, and it isn't clear. We'll start this race when I say go. You better go so fast, you make me seem slow, and we'll go so fast, just like a bullet train from a gun that's pointed at the back of my brain. It can be pretty hard to tell sometimes between the sky and the clouds, the love and the grime, the birds and the trees, and my dog's on his bed. I guess I'll roll over and I'll play dead. Are you really after the core, the truth of these matters? Does it matter somehow? I doubt that you'll believe me, but you'll believe when I scream, when I shout. Something's coming, something's coming, and it isn't clear.
Okay. Gonna take a couple more calls here. We're in the finishing phases here. We're wrapping this up. Again, Michael Coffrin is the guy who's got all this music that's going on. Oh shit, here we go. Hello?
Yo.
Yo.
Hey.
Is this Moxie Famous?
It is indeed. Let me get to the good part of my house where the phone won't cut out.
This is good. You aren't cutting out so far.
We just started, baby.
What's up, Moxie Famous? What you calling in about your job?
Yeah, I saw you doing your job stream, and I thought, hey, I've had a shit ton of jobs. Some of them are interesting. I thought I'd call in.
Hell yeah. You've been working all kinds of odd jobs your whole life.
Hell yeah. No real job, just odd jobs.
That's the good shit, though. The shit that's odd.
Hell yeah.
Tell us then, what is your main line of work?
Well, it depends on my point of life. Do you want to hear about the Japanese landscaping, the AV gigs down in LA for life coaching, or doing demolition? What do you want to hear, baby?
They all sound pretty interesting. I want to hear about all of them, but take me one next to the other. Start with that first one. Japanese landscaping. What does that mean?
Okay, that one. Old family friend from church growing up, Japanese immigrant. First job when I was 16 years old. He did, bonsai gardens, and he got me involved with that. And that's just like going around California, digging up the hard clay earth, planting mondo grass tufts one at a time, and taking lunch breaks where he takes you to a sushi place and leaves within the first 5 minutes because he finds out a Korean is in the kitchen.
He was a very discerning Japanese man.
Yeah, he was pretty Asian, so he was pretty racist.
Right, he doesn't like the other kinds of Asians?
No, nor Mexicans. I had to hire a couple of those once for everything, and goddamn, he treated them like shit.
What do you think of you as a white man? Sorry to race identify you.
Well, he loved me.
Mm-hmm.
An old family friend from church, from Mormon church. So it's about as white as you can get.
Mm-hmm.
And he loved that.
Who were you digging up bonsai gardens for? Like, he was going around the community and making bonsai gardens for people?
Yeah, people would hire him. Mostly people that lived in the mountains or near the mountains with nice properties. One of the best guys, he had a beautiful yard. We did a shit ton of work for him. He was like dying of cancer or some shit, had some Japanese bride from Japan, and his backyard was like $100,000 job over the years.
My God, what the hell were you doing back there?
It looked great though. They're just maintain it. When he decides he wants to change something for artistic reasons or whatever, he goes and sits on his bench and is dying of cancer and goes, I think I really want, I want a different view. This does not seem balanced.
Was this like, was it like the people you were working for, was it like they wanted something spiritual out of their gardens? Normal gardeners weren't enough? They weren't giving them that extra bit that they really wanted?
Oh, yeah, dude. Because you have to you talk with the artistry of it. It's like, oh yeah, the rocks represent the mountains and the trees represent the clouds, and like the grass is the ocean. And you got the pebble, different ponds, and those are streams and stuff like that. And you talk about the balance of it and a point of view and all that sort of shit. And like how you balance things. Like, hey, if you're gonna have 3 stones, you have 2, and then you have 1, and then it has some harmonious balance and all that sort of shit. So it's like, it's that sort of stuff. It's artsy and it's a shit ton of work.
Was the person you were working for, was he totally into it? Did he buy into it, or was he just trying to please?
Oh, yeah,
people?
yeah.
Okay.
He was from Japan. He trained in, I don't remember some gardens, some special gardens. He learned a bunch of shit over there, and then he came over here and lived in a shitty little apartment alone and did gardens for a bunch of rich white people in California. It's pretty good.
Did you feel like you were like a garden shaman, like you were really giving these people something special?
Well, for me, I was mostly grunt labor, but I did learn a lot along the way, and I was a good face, for other. Hey, I got this young white boy who's going to work hard for you, white people. They like that.
Okay, that sounds good. Whatever became of that man and that job? How'd you leave that job?
Well, it was only during like the summer season, and it was like gig work, and I don't know. He's a very interesting fellow. He's very, very religious, and he would have dreams constantly and like visions, and he was like really into religion. And
was he Mormon?
Oh yeah. He was way into it.
A Mormon Japanese fellow? How do you fall into that? Did you ever get into that with him?
Well, no. I mean, there was a Mormon temple in Japan. It was like, I think it was like the 11th one. It's been there for a while. And like my own mother, she served her mission, her missionary shit in Japan back in the early 80s. It's been over there for a while.
Okay. All right. Well, tell me about then you said you were doing some AV gigs for life coaches in California.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I've got a couple good ones. Do you want to hear about the white Texan lady who was a feng shui master, or the guy who was basically Tom Cruise from Magnolia?
Do I have to choose just one? Can we start with one and get to the other?
I mean, I don't want to take up all the time.
You've barely been on it all. Don't worry about it, Moxie. Start with this first guy.
Okay. Tom Cruise from Magnolia, which is actually the very first gig I did. And it's, okay, if you've seen Magnolia, you know Tom Cruise from it.
Right. He's got
his long, greasy hair. He's like, and all that shit.
Right.
This guy was like 1 for 1 that, but trying to be a life coach and not like, hey, here's how you're going to get gas. It's like, here's how you're going to like save your life and like, you can get riches. Like, remember that one? Like, we started it before the whole event. We had to like stand in a circle where his mother was there with some crystals. And we had to have like a crystal prayer and then go around the circle and say what we wanted to get out of the event.
As the staff?
Yeah, it's the staff. Yeah, before everything started, because they're like, you want to make sure that everyone is like in tune with their goal and all that sort of shit. It's like, okay, it's kind of spiritual and it's okay. But like then at the event, he was just like one of the scummiest pieces of shit actually the most scummy piece of shit I've ever worked with. Like, he would always go overtime, like force people to just like stick around. There'd be like 14-hour days. He'd be like, oh yeah, lunch is at noon, and then we'd wink out until like 2, and people were just like desperate to go get food and do shit. And like he would like play big triumphant music from like the Matrix soundtrack, and like he would stand on a chair and be like, will you commit, and all that sort of shit. And like really try to get like emotionally get people into stuff. But like there were people at the event who were there because they got in for free. It was like his first big event, so it was like a thing where he like threw in like $100 and then came to the event, then they would refund it to you. And then like he would like really try to get these really desperate people into into his life coaching in multiple tiers. I think the cheapest one was like $60,000 a year or something like that. Fuck. And the most expensive one, from what I remember, was like $122,000. Wow. And there were like people that were like that would like get up to the mic and be like, I really need this program. I'm living in my car. And it's like, no, you don't need a program. You don't need this program, at least. You need a different program. You need to stop living in your car and stop thinking that you need to somehow get $122,000 for this program where this greasy-haired Tom Cruise from Magnolia, piece of shit, is going to, like, you know, try to sell his program to you. No. There's way more better, cheaper programs out there. Oh God, yeah.
What was this program? You're saying it's like Tom Cruise Magnolia. Like, is it sort of just like motivational speaker? Like, is he just trying to motivate?
Yeah. It's all life coaching. It was like it's a weird little cottage industry where like a lot of them know each other. Like I saw the guy 2 or 3 other times at other people's events I was doing AV for. Like, they all know each other. And they, like, you know, promote each other's programs and pay each other to appear in each other's programs. Basically, they're just trying to make an industry where you train new life coaches. Like, hey, I did it. You can do it too. And then, like, you know, it's like, yeah, you got to make your program. You got to build your email list. You got to do this. You got to do that. That sort of thing.
Is it like a pyramid scheme where, like, they get a cut of the life coaches they train?
Sometimes, yeah. Like, sometimes people will appear at events and they'll get, like, a cut of sales or something like that. Like, there's all sorts of wheeling, dealing behind the scenes, and a lot of it's really just, like, scummy business shit.
Where did it take place? Was it like a hotel conference room sort of thing?
Yeah, it's pretty much always a hotel conference room. That one was in, where was that? Like, Oceanside. It was across the street from Legoland. That's what I remember.
People could have just gone to Legoland and found everything they needed there.
Yeah, for way cheaper. Yeah, like, you know, but like, I've done them in Oceanside, down San Diego. There's a couple good ones in Scottsdale, Arizona. Actually, that's where a lot of the stuff went down. No, not Scottsdale. We only did a couple there. Henderson, Nevada. That's an interesting one because it would be like at a casino that's a bit off of, you know, where the strip was. That's where the Texan lady with the feng shui thing was.
Yeah, what was her deal? She was teaching people how to do feng shui to improve their life?
Yes. Pretty much. She was a trained feng shui master. She was like early, mid-40s, blonde Texan lady. She's like, yeah, when I trained here and trained there, I met these different feng shui masters and all that. And she had a massive room. There was like 120, 150 people in there at tables, not seats. Like, massive. It was like 3 different partitions of event space. And that was a wacky one. And, like, what I remember the most is we had, like, 3 events going on there at the same time. So I was basically running hers solo while everyone else was at other ones. So I was the only person running this big event, constantly having to, like, really have to go to the bathroom but not being able to because I was running audio and video and everything. And we had some Craigslist hire who was running camera who was just bewildered by the whole thing and was not being entirely professional with keeping his voice down and, like, leaning over to me being like, dude, what the hell is this shit? This is crazy. Like, shh, stop, shh. That's for after hours. It's after hours that we all go back to our hotel rooms, we get drunk, and we talk shit, and we do that for 3 days. But the big thing with her, the really, really good one that stuck with me, was there's this whole feng shui thing about, you know, the positioning of your house to water or whatever the shit. It's like, hey, if the back of your house is facing water, I think that's what it was, then that's bad feng shui. Yeah. And it, like, gives bad vibes. And this is shortly after Robin Williams killed himself. Okay. And she was like, have you seen pictures of his house? Yeah, all this stuff about his house facing the back of it facing water, and that was why he killed himself. She went on about that for like 10 minutes. I was like, holy shit, she's really going into this right now. She's really trying to sell feng shui. And like, the feng shui compass or whatever the hell it is, where you can get on AliExpress for like $15, but they're selling them for like $150 a pop. And it's like, yeah, Robin Williams. I mean, I don't want to know.
If only he went
the back
to this...
of his house was facing water. It's like, oh man, if only he had a beachfront property where, like, it was facing the beach. So, the back of it was on the beach. Oh no.
Not a
that
beach
poor
bag.
miserable guy, his feng shui was all off, so he killed himself. He had to. His feng shui was off.
That's a great selling point. We could have saved Robin Williams if only he went to this goddamn conference. He would have understood.
It's really sad. We could still have a comedy legend.
Well, so you're working AV at the event, so you're like you're making sure the mics are all set and stuff. What is the V? What are the video? Did they actually have prepared videos that they were showing?
Sometimes, yeah. And mostly it's PowerPoint, but then they would have specific videos that they wanted to show. Like the first that first bit of the movie Up, Pixar's Up, was requested so often. I just downloaded a copy of it and had it ready to go on my laptop. Because like, oh, can you show that one from Up? I was like, yeah, I've got that. And then another popular one was like, what's that guy's name? I think he's on Family Feud. The black dude, Family Feud.
Steve Harvey?
Mustache. Steve Harvey.
Yeah.
There's like some Steve Harvey, like behind the scenes, you just got to jump sort of thing. That was always like, can you play that before I do my pitch? So like everyone like emotionally manipulated. So they like are like, yeah, I just have to jump for this. I just need to go for it. I need to go spend $122,000 when I live in a car. That sort of thing.
God damn. So, how'd you get involved with those people? You said it was sort of religious. Is that also a Mormon thing?
No. That's, I worked on a short film for a few months, which has never come out and probably never will come out. But one of the actors on it, it's like, he had a business doing this sort of thing. And I got, that first event was like a trial thing where they paid me like $100 and went out there. And I did it. And they're like, okay, yeah, he can film it. So I did that for a couple of years, just feast and famine. Every once in a while, it'd be like nothing, and I'd get like one job, or it would be for 2 months straight, I'd just be in like a different state doing like 3 events in 4 weeks.
Did you ever talk to any of the like participants who are paying money in this? Did you ever get a chance to speak to any of them and figure out what the hell's going on? Or are you just in the background?
Mostly just in the background. 'Cause like with those events, you basically get up at like 6 a.m. and you go and you make sure everything's working. And the events start at like, 7, 8 a.m. So you get out there, you start some, good time music and get ready for everyone to show up.
Right.
And then you're in the back of the room all day just making sure shit doesn't cock up, and then like you stop at anywhere from 8 to 10 p.m., shut everything down, make sure it's good to go, lock up, go to your room, get drunk and talk shit and watch the Weather Channel, fall asleep, and then wake up the next morning at, 5 a.m., 5:30, get ready to do it again.
These are like multi-day events where like the same people were coming back, or is it new people every day?
Same people. It was usually like a 3-day sort of thing.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man, well, that sounds like quite the frickin' job, Moxie. Did you learn? What did you learn? What are your biggest lessons you learned from those jobs?
Oh, I really learned how to interact with people who I don't like. That's a big one. It's just like, interacting with the customer who is always right, and learning how to interact with the audience who will come back with really ridiculous requests, and just kind of knowing how to send them away without hurting their feelings. No, I can't play that song. Sorry.
Those are very valuable skills, though, in a whole workforce. Yeah.
Big time customer service. Plus, learning how to, pack and haul thousands of dollars of gear, driven hundreds, if not thousands of miles to a location. I use that on a resume, trying to get a a driving job.
Yeah. All right, Moxie, thank you for calling in. Appreciate you telling me about your crazy AV jobs.
Hell yeah, dude. Hope you learned something.
Oh yeah, I learned I never want to do that ever.
Yeah, I mean it's worth it to be close to Legoland.
All right, thanks for calling in, Moxie.
All right, see you, dude.
Bye. Nice. Okay, taking a couple more calls here. The lines are open again. Again, the number is 518-288-7938. Bit of a whoopsie daisy on the overlay there. It says something else. There's one digit that's wrong. But when it comes to phone numbers, you got to get all those digits right. Apparently, they don't just reroute your call to what you meant to call, to what you didn't know what you meant to call, but was actually the number. Anyway, 518-288-7938. Again, the music on the stream is from Michael Coffrin. Oh no, I can't plug it again. All right, it's okay.
Call from
Jay.
to accept.
Jay.
Hey, what's up?
Yo, Jay. I'm good. How are you?
I'm pretty good. Pretty
Nice.
sore, but I'm pretty good. How are you?
Well, I said I was good, but now that you ask again, I don't know. I mean, I guess I'm good. I'm still good. Jay.
Yeah, no, just trying to get a little deep, but yeah, what's up?
Say what?
No, go ahead.
Okay. No, you. No, I know I'll go. Okay, so Jay, you're calling into the Talking About Yo Job stream. Did you have a job that you wanted to talk about?
Yeah, I actually got a couple. Actually, it's kind of like the first guy who said he had a bunch of interesting jobs. I have a bunch of uninteresting jobs.
Oh, good.
I could talk about my experience as a coffee machine salesman. I could talk about working as a dealership attendee, or about my most recent job, which is just putting boxes into a truck.
It sounds like two sales type jobs, salesperson. Let's start with those.
Yep.
You were selling coffee machines. Was it like door to door or on the internet? What does that mean?
No, it was in person. This was all before the COVID thing, about like a year before it. It was actually a pretty good job. I was over working in like any types of cities or that would have these big, how do I describe it? Like the big warehouses, not necessarily Costco, I guess like Macy's or Bed Bath & Beyond that would sell like kitchen appliances or other like home goods, kitchen goods.
Sure. You were trying to sell to the big bros, not to the average Joe.
It was something like that. What they would do is, I worked for the Nespresso company, and they are a very high quality coffee machine thing where like you can plug it in, put in your distilled water or regular water or whatever you choose, and depending on which one you get, you can make like a nice little cup of Joe, a good hot little espresso or cappuccino. Okay. Whichever one you wanted.
You're selling me on it right now, bro. I want one.
Yeah, I think, you said you were a coffee drinker, so I think it actually would kind of work for you. But I mean, I don't have anything really hard against it. It's just I have a lot of very interesting stories with the customers.
Go for it. Tell me.
I guess the first one was, well, how the job would work was, let's say, so for one workplace I was at, is they were a very high-end kitchen appliance store, and they very exclusively sold kitchen appliances. I would go in there in the morning as they were opening up, make sure that they had the inventory that they needed for me and everything that I needed, so I could set up my little demonstration table.
You demonstrated? You made coffee for people?
Yeah, I would use one of their little demonstration machines, and I guess it would be like a little Costco salesman, as you would see. It's a little at the end of the aisle, so it'll give you little samples and tell you about the product that they're selling.
That sounds like a great way to sell a coffee maker is get people hyped up on the caffeine that tastes so good.
Yeah, a lot of people liked it. It was a really like interesting way to meet people, of course, and have like a nice little small chit chat. I guess it really worked for me because I had recently moved to a new place, and that was my first job there. So it was a good way to get used to the lingo and the demeanor of the new aura that I'm around.
So were people coming to you? Like you've got like a station set up. Like I imagine you weren't setting that up in foreign locations. Were people coming to you?
Now, I wasn't really setting it up in foreign locations. I would make sure that it's not in like the mainstream of the store, so I'm not a huge obstacle like the first thing that they would see, because of course it's their store. They try, it's their whole profit that matters more than just I guess the company that's hosting a little demonstration there. So what I would do is I'd have my little hub centered in like a good visible area, but not too off put. And I would center around that, but I would also watch and look at customers who were browsing around, thinking that a little indecisive, or maybe looking at the coffee machines, and offer my little expertise to them and see if they were interested in trying a little demonstration.
How did you get their attention? Did you just loudly sip an espresso and just sound very extra satisfied?
Well, see, I guess that actually was one way that one of the demonstrators would do it. However, I was nowhere near that bold in my ways.
Mm-hmm.
The way I would do it is just the normal, casual walk up to somebody, say, "Oh, hello, I see you looking at some coffee machines. I'm here representing Nespresso. Would you like to care for a demonstration?" Or if I felt like they were very, very approachable, I would sometimes actually make the little espresso cappuccino beforehand and walk over with it.
Bring it
and
to
use
them?
a little aroma to, yeah, there you go. And use a little aroma to like lure them in and be like, what's that smell?
Did you work on like commission?
Yeah, there was a base pay, of course, because like a job like that, I don't think would be able to work solely on commission, but there was a commission as well. And there, of course, was like their hard line requirement of trying to advertise at least three or four machines per day. But of course, they were very lenient because, depending on what's going on, sometimes people will buy a lot, sometimes people won't, sometimes nobody's looking at coffee machines. You can't predict the masses.
Did you personally, I mean, you don't work there anymore, so you can be honest. Did you believe in the product that you were selling?
I did believe in the product. I could see the high quality ingredients, and like one of the ways that they would have us train is to make sure that we go over the whole like guidebook of each type of blend that there is, what size it creates, what types of coffees you can make with it, and where the beans are actually sourced. And so like from a good like holistic approach and like a good, just my personal opinion, I think that it did really good on the research.
Yeah. Did you sell a lot of coffee machines? Was it a lucrative job for you?
I actually did. It was actually a very profitable job for me. And as well as I said, like I'm not too expressive with myself. However, I did put myself out there. So I was approaching as many people as I possibly could. But at the very end, like, it was a very good job. I only worked on the weekends as I was doing some college work at the time. And I was able to pay for my expenses as well as like allow me to save up a little.
What was the main demographic that like you were actually successfully selling to?
It's like couples who are like, I would say couples maybe like newlywed, or like couples who look like they have been together for like maybe 10, 20 plus years, something like that. As well as just like
you weren't selling it to single men in their 20s who were just like desperately needing high quality coffee in their home. Is that what you're telling me?
I'm not saying that I didn't discriminate against anybody. However, there was like a good guideline for people who are mostly looking for coffee. And of course, it was up to our own personal opinion. But like I said, I tried to approach as many people as I could. And the more approachable that they looked, the more approachable that I felt that they would be and more receptive, the more I went to them.
Did you ever approach people who you thought maybe I don't know if they're gonna buy this machine, but I would like to talk to them and impress them with my coffee making. Just start a conversation with them. It might be a good conversation starter. I got this big ass expensive coffee machine. I seem like a pretty cool guy. Eh?
Yeah, there was actually one person I can tell you about. I can't say exactly the ways the story went because it was a good while ago. However, I have the main gist of it. One of my hobbies is, of course, a like vehicles and cars, knowing what's what, and like customizing them. And this one gentleman walked in. He was maybe in like his early to mid 60s. He was starting to get some gray hair, but he was still like a very like energetic man. There was no signs of like age on him or something like that.
Sure.
In his demeanor, and he had a biker jacket on. It was a Harley Davidson one.
Okay.
And so I saw that. I didn't really have anything going on during the day because it was about like maybe 1 to 2 p.m. about the time where things die down because like most people are getting lunch around like 12 to 1. So I walked up to him with a cup of what did I make? It was an espresso that was like a limited edition. I think that was from Nicaragua. That was wholesomely sourced. I can't remember the exact aroma and intensity of it, but they all had like all the details on their box and everything like that. But so I brought it over to him. I saw the conversation. I said, "Oh, I noticed you have a Harley Davidson jacket. One of my friend's uncles actually owns a Harley Davidson. I helped him restore the taillight on it, so that way he was actually able to legally drive it in the state that we're in." And so just off of that, I was talking to him, and I found out that there's a whole like bike event that goes on each year. I forget what it was called, but I think it was in Connecticut, somewhere on the East Coast, Connecticut, Maine, Vermont. It actually happened around a couple weeks ago where the whole roads were blocked. There was a whole bike event that took place around like with about maybe like hundreds of thousands of bikers would come all across the country and just like hang out. It was a whole car meet because like the first thing I was talking to him about was like, "Oh, do you show it off? Are you in a crew or anything like that?" Because one of my hobbies I do outside of work is be in a little car crew myself and like hang out with my friends, talk about our cars, get some experience that we have or whatever. And just off of that, we were talking for maybe about 45, 50 minutes. And then I realized that, oh, I have to talk to other people.
Right. You got to make
So
them
unfortunately
sales.
I unfortunately had to close the conversation, but he was a really cool guy. I didn't get his name, of course, but he had my name because it was on the name tag on my chest. But now that I've talked to that guy, I've gotten like a real personal like connection to a biker. It's like a whole new respect to people who like you really see on the road, because you really only see like four-wheelers, four-wheel cars and stuff, even though you're not really on the road now.
That's cool. You're able to meet some people who, I mean, that definitely sounds like a 50, 60-year-old biker dude probably would not be too interested in your expensive coffee machine, but you're able to meet some people who are actually into what you're into.
Yeah.
What'd you say your name was, dude?
It was Jay.
Jeff?
Jay, like just
Jay,
the letter.
Jay. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jay, thank you for calling in. Appreciate your call.
No problem. Huge fan of you. Found out about you actually from Drew Lang Away, about his animation from, I think it was Do You Even Look at Me? I think that was what it was called.
Yeah, dude, Drew. Drew is the boss. He's the main man.
Yeah, super awesome dude. Anyways, appreciate it, man.
Yeah,
Enjoy your night. Take it easy.
absolutely. You have a good night, too. Good talking to you, Jay. Hell yeah, salesman. On one hand, I think I thought that I could be a salesman, but the problem is, I can't. I mean, I can lie, but it's just, I don't know.
Call from.
A place to craft.
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
Hello?
Are you serious?
Yo, who dis?
Jesus, Pete. I've been trying to call you for a few weeks, man. The number's been wrong a while.
We're going to get that fixed for the
Glad-
next stream. Don't even worry about it, bro. But
Glad
also,
to get through.
Sorry
No
about
problem solved.
that. Who is this? What is
yeah.
What is a name I can call you? It doesn't have to be your real name.
No, my name's Ricky.
Okay,
But,
Ricky.
I'm not too far from you, man. If
Oh, yeah.
you actually go through with that cross-county couch tour, like, you're welcome here. But
As a
like
first
2
stop?
hours away.
You're in upstate NY?
No, I'm closer to Buffalo.
Okay.
But, I
Western.
visited your area not too long ago.
Sure. Nice. All right. Cool, Ricky. You're calling into the Yo Job stream. Did you have a job you wanted to talk about?
I've had a few that were pretty interesting. I started out mostly pizza delivery, and just a few hours of road rage is usually enough to get to anybody.
Mm-hmm.
After I got out of that, I was doing bussing like one of your other callers.
Wait.
And,
So when you're doing the pizza delivery, you said the road rage. That's a big problem for sure. You're trying to get somewhere.
Nah.
But what about the
I
people
don't
you're
know, there's-
delivering to? Do you ever have issues with someone you're delivering to? Like they look at you the wrong way, or they decide that their order is wrong, or what sort of thing happens there?
all kinds. I mean, like some people wouldn't tip, and some people would get like crazy. It's not as sexy as some people think it is. You know, there was a time there was this lady who's like wearing a bathrobe, and she was trying to do like one of them weird like porn video type of things with the delivery guy. I know that's a weird thing with people, but
I've seen those
she had,
videos.
there was like a bunch of kids running around the place, and she was still trying for it. And I'm like, I'm just trying to give you your pizza, lady. You know, I don't really know what the hell you're looking for here, or why the kids are here. And she didn't go through with it, thankfully. But it was just kind of like one of the moments. I'm just like, welcome to white trash. Like this is the people.
What was
people
she
getting a little confused out there?
Now, hey, there's a lot of different gradations of those videos. Was this just like an open my robe and see the pizza man's reaction,
Yeah,
or was she
kinda
actually
like-
trying to bring you in?
No, it was one of them like, oh, look what might accidentally happen here, and I could see she was going for it, and I'm just like, Jesus Christ, like, you know, I see a couple of, you know, Tim's victims running around as toddlers, and I'm just like, I'm not ready for any of this, lady. This is the 50th call I've made today. Nobody's tipping. So,
Did
yeah,
she
it was,
tip you?
It was a lot to process. No, most of them hadn't.
Ah.
It's just kind of the nature of things, at least the area I'm at. I didn't expect to get through, man. I don't mean to fanboy out here, but Jesus Christ, I've been trying at least. How long you been doing this? 4 weeks, a month, about that?
Yeah, about that. The streams, a couple weeks.
Well, damn.
I'm
Yeah.
glad you got through, Ricky.
Me too. It's a load off my mind.
Yeah, we're gonna get that number fixed. Don't worry. That's pretty. I guess it's frustrating for people who are trying to call in, but it's pretty hilarious on this side that it's just the wrong number, and the vast majority of
wanna-
people calling in are just calling the wrong number and getting a dead signal.
Pretty funny. I don't know.
Whoops.
I'm just glad. I thought maybe you'd block me or something. Like I left a few. The very first stream I got through to leave a message, and it sounded like I did the Ricky Volbante thing like a caller earlier today, and it was kind of like, I don't know if I pressed the wrong button. Maybe you don't want to talk about some of your past work, or maybe it was just off topic. But yeah.
A lot of the
relief to
voicemails
know.
I get, I've got 417 unlistened to voicemails. The problem with those is like I haven't gone through a lot of them because a lot of them are just like a few seconds of silence and someone going, it's a fucking voicemail, and angrily hanging up on me. It's not really like,
well,
I don't get enough pleasure from that.
It's kind of a relief to hear you don't go through every one of them. That'd be more concerning. But I'm glad to have made it. I don't want to take up too much time, man. But I got some old material here. I've been trying for 4 weeks. I got some old questions. If you don't mind me digging them out. Again,
Go
not to
for it,
put you on the
Ricky.
spot if you're trying. you're trying to finish it out or you got to take a piss or something, that's fine. But
I'm pretty good on the piss situation. I am going to finish it out. You might be the last call, but you can go ahead. Like, if you've been trying to get in for a few weeks, get it all out.
well, I just had a few questions. You know, there's a lot of other people been trying just as long. But one of them was like, you ever have those scented garbage bags?
What?
It just still smells. You know, they sell garbage bags that, like, some of them have like a flower scent or like some kind of like deodorizer on them.
Oh, yeah.
Like
my
trash bag.
my brother buys the garbage bags here. This is his house, so he determines all that. But sometimes I have noticed a bit of a scent wafting from the garbage. Say again?
They don't help very much. You know, it just still smells like garbage with, so maybe somebody hit some Febreze on it. It's just like, what the hell is that all about?
Especially
not
with
really helping anything.
Especially with the garbage I'm putting in there. I got some real stanky garbage. It's disgusting.
I'm willing to bet.
and I don't take it out neither. I'm a bit of a I'm an amateur slob, really.
If I got to be honest, you mentioned in the How to Change Your Life video, like, you know, that laying on a mattress, balls of mozzarella on the floor type of lifestyle. I'm probably closer to that than where you're at. I hope you're pretty removed from that.
Well,
but we all get there.
That was based very much on real life. The mattress on the floor lifestyle. Ooh, that was like the worst apartment I ever had. I was living in Boston. I was living with my girlfriend at the time. We broke up, and we were still living in the same place. We had like this roommate who was like subletting with us, and she moved out after like a couple months because we were so disgusting. She couldn't take it anymore. She just left. And so I moved into her room, and I had the mattress on the floor set up in her room, living in an apartment with my broken up girlfriend. And ooh, I used to get like I was getting a lot of Foodler. I don't know if Foodler's still around, but I was ordering a lot of Foodler. There was this place called Fiorella Express, and I would get like a big old sub, and you had to meet like a requirement, that like a minimum amount that you had to pay. So I would get multiple side orders of meatballs, and it was a great deal. You could get 4 meatballs for $1.50, but I'd have to order like 3 orders to get over the minimum. So I would just eat a sandwich and like 8 meatballs to 12 meatballs in my room alone while my ex-girlfriend was across the way. Oh, what a great life I was living.
It's not a good look, man. It's not a good feeling.
Yeah, those
surplus meatballs.
Those are fun times. I mean, hey, they were great meatballs, so I'm not complaining. I mean, it's funny because like it sounds sad, but I was living it. I thought I was living it up at the time. I was like, oh shit, I got all the fucking meatballs I want, and I don't have to talk to my ex-girlfriend. How great is this?
Yeah, doesn't take too long. Just the piles of meatballs. You just start questioning things. Just like the look of it.
One time I was in that same apartment. I was doing some drugs, not hard drugs. I did a salvia for the first time in that apartment. You ever done salvia?
I got a story about it, but please let me hear yours.
No, go ahead.
Well, I only did it once. I've messed around a little bit with LSD. Basically, like, they say you shouldn't do hard drugs before you're 25. It could really fuck up your brain chemistry.
Oh, yeah?
And
I didn't hear that.
Primarily the time I did it. I don't know. That's what I hear is like your brain's not done developing until you're about 25. So if you start messing with like, psychedelics and all that other stuff before then, it can do some damage. But I only did salvia the one time, and it was the craziest trip I've had in my entire life. Did LSD a few times, mostly just smoked weed and drank beer and hard liquor and stuff. But
what was your salvia experience like?
It was weird, man. It was like I was sitting in a room with my sister and her friend, and I had smoked it out of a bong, and I just basically like left my body like as soon as I don't know if it's even true or whatever. I was about 19 at the time. I don't know all the rules, but it was kind of like they say as soon as you start exhaling salvia, like you're tripping already.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what happened. So I let the cloud out, and it was just like folded over into my lap. And I think they had some music on. They were listening to some Backstreet Boys or something. I forget exactly which song.
That sounds
Hell of a
like
thing to
already.
trip
It
to.
sounds like a hellish salvia experience.
I don't know what yours was like, but I don't mean to drag it out, but it was like this weird friggin' nightmare. And basically, the second I had exhaled, I folded over into my own lap and like left the planet. Like I just shot up into outer space. Like when I came back from it, I had sneakers on. I kicked both the shoes off my feet. But while I was in the dream state there, it was like I had appeared in like a cafeteria or like some weird dream amalgamation of the cafeterias I'd seen in the schools I'd been to or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And it was this thing where like they had these plastic trays full of like plastic utensils because they're afraid we'd stab each other or something. And they had like sporks and knives and forks.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember saying in the dream, it was like, "Where's the spoons?" But as I said it in the trip, it was like came out in a word bubble, like a comic book.
Oh boy!
But as I was saying the words, "Where are the spoons?" like my body was diced up, like with a knife into vegetable slices. And as I said the sentence, my body slices like became the word, like they split off from me and became the letters. And it freaked me the hell out.
Dude.
And I had seen like two scientists in like overcoats that I had like blurred out faces, like those witness protection shows.
Yeah.
And those were the only two people around me, and it was just the weirdest shit that ever happened to me.
And that was the only time you ever did it. Eh?
Yeah, I mean, who does salvia recreationally?
Hey, I did it a few times because I did it the first time, and it was a horrifying hell experience. And every subsequent time was also a horrifying hell experience. But I just wanted to make sure. I think I did it 3 or 4 times. Where it's just like I want to see if I can crack this code. I want to see if I can get the good one. But wow, it's terrible. It's probably the worst drug imaginable. I mean that I've done. I haven't done a ton of drugs, but
what was your story like?
Well, I did it alone in my apartment, which I knew was risky because I watched a lot of videos on YouTube of people like running around on salvia. Like I really didn't want to jump out the window of my 3rd-story apartment, but I was ready to take that risk. This is a low point in my life. But it was the same sort of thing. I smoked it out of a bowl, and it was the same sort of thing where like it hits you right away as soon as you exhale, like you said. Like what I've read is like it's such a powerful hallucinogenic, but what it like the two things that are terrible about it is how quickly you go from 0 to 60, like you just fucking get into it right away. So there's no real like adjustment period for you to be like, whoa, things are getting weird. You're just like thrown into
you're just there.
The hell zone. And then the other thing is there's no euphoria attached to it. With like every other hallucinogenic that people do recreationally, there's like a good, happy feeling that's like, haha, this is weird, but I like it. With salvia, it's just like, no, what the fuck? Where the fuck is my life gone? It was like that. It was like in that movie Get Out, where he goes to the sunken place, where it was just like I saw immediately my life was just like catapulted away from me, and I was like, there it goes. Everything I've ever known my whole life, everything that I thought was precious is now gone. I'm just in hell now. You get that feeling of like being pulled down. Did you get that? Like that extra gravity feeling?
I got the opposite, man. It was like I got shot up into outer space, and then when I come back, it was like the gravity set in. But I kicked my shoes off, like I came back so hard. It was the weirdest shit I've ever seen off of the drug. I messed with LSD a lot more than the salvia.
I went immediately to just like this hell place where I was like, I felt very deep down in the earth, and like everything was just like fucking crazy. Like these there like movement was like its own thing. Like everything was like this swaying sort of motion, and I really did feel like I was in hell. Like I had died and gone to hell. Like it was just the worst sort of thing imaginable. I like was hearing all these crazy noises. I had this thought that like I knew that like there was a ruler of this domain, and it was like his name was King Zeka 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 Zeka. And when I came to, I realized what was prompting that thought was like it was just me like fucking making this weird noise. Like I realized eventually that I was just like in my room on my bed going Zeka 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 Zeka. It was just fucking bad. All bad. But then I did a couple more
Glad
times.
you made it out, man.
Yeah,
Glad you got out of that.
Thank God.
Hope you don't go back to it.
Yeah, no, I feel like I'm probably done. It was pretty frightening, really. It gave me a sort of appreciation for how much, like, I appreciate my sanity. Like, because it felt like I went totally crazy, and I was like, if I ever felt like this in real life, like this is awful. This is the worst sort of thing ever. Thank God I have lucidity in my life.
No question.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how all that bat salt stuff starts happening. You start eating people and losing your grip. What the hell you are.
You're
I'm really glad you asked about that, though, man. I wouldn't have thought to ask about it.
Yeah, you know, salvia. It's a fun thing to talk about. It's a terrible, terrible drug, and it's legal, 100% legal. You can buy it online. Why?
Yeah, our priorities are pretty messed up. I don't know.
All right, hey dude, it was great talking to you. Thanks for talking to me about salvia for a bit there.
Have a great night, man.
All right, you too.
And
oh no, he was saying something at the end, and I hung up. Damn it! I thought that was over. Son of a... Yeah, screw that up. Supposed to wait. No, I think we're done. We're done for tonight. It's been a fun stream. We talk about your job. Got a little bit of salvia action at the end. Love talking about salvia. What a terrible, terrible drug. Worst drug on the market. But you can get it for free. Not for free. You can get it online. It is very cheap, but yeah, you can just order it. Not that you should. Unless you want to feel what it is like to just be a crazy, totally out of your mind person who's living in hell. It only lasts for a few minutes, but it feels like forever. It's really, what an awful drug. Okay, that's the stream. That's that. Thanks for tuning in. What did I want to say? Oh, yeah. So the music on the stream has been Michael Coffrin. Played pretty much all of his album Pictures, which the link is in the description of this video. The Bandcamp link. You can pay $2 for it and download the whole album. Definitely worth it if you enjoyed those songs that you've been hearing. You can also, on Bandcamp, you can stream it a few times to make sure that you really like it. But, $2. It's nothing. Also played a few more of his songs, older works. Those are on his SoundCloud, which is also in the link or description. The link is in the description. Again, the HUD/overlay is by Slouch. Very talented artist. Check out his YouTube channel. That's also in the description. The slideshow that's been going on the computer screen on the overlay is all works from the zine, The Mighty Lighthouse. It's all contributed by a wide variety of artists in the greater TMHTML community. I can pretty much safely say nothing on the slideshow is my own creation. It's all from other people, other artists. So if you like that, check out the link in the description. That shows you all the past issues of the zine. You can download them all for free. You can look at them. It's all free. You can also order the most recent version, the most recent issue of the zine, which is Volume 3, Issue 6, put together by Moxie Famous. put together entirely by Moxie Famous. Does all the layout, all the printing, all the processing. He sends it to me. I send it out. He's doing the second print run right now, so I'll be sending out new zines very soon. For people who have ordered an issue of the zine through the website, I sent out a few, what I had left over from the first print run, but the second print run is coming to me in a few days, so you'll be able to get those. Moxie called a little bit earlier. He was talking about the bonsai gardens and the Tom Cruise Magnolia life coach people and the Texan feng shui lady. Anyway, I think that's it. I think that's all I'm going to say, right? Next week, there may be a stream next week. You know, I don't want to say for sure, but I do want to do it as a weekly thing. At the very least, it's going to be, you know, regular, semi-regular. So if it's not next week, it'll be the week after. Friday at 5, that's a time I like, so I'll be trying to do that. Next week, or whenever the next stream is, the number to call in will be corrected. It's 518-288-7938. That was a little bit of a whoopsie-daisy on our part. Sorry about that, but next time it will be corrected. Okay, I'm going to play just a couple more songs from Michael Coffrin here. You know, just like 2 more songs here to end the stream. But thanks everybody who called in. Really, you know, I enjoyed talking to y'all. I had fun. I like the streams. I think it's fun. Talking to people. Getting a little slightly blasted. I mean, I only drank 96 ounces of booze. I think I'm coming up on 600 ounces this week. It's good. Next week, I'll try to up the ante. This is a good level. Okay. Thank you for watching. Thank you for calling in, and enjoy these last few songs by Michael Coffrin. Links are in the description if you are interested in this music.
Deadlock, my door is open. Oh no, the dreams have spoken again. It's better when they're gone. Outside, glass is broken. Inside, cuts me open once more.